look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown, I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound, this is my time. You hear the crowd, hey, we need that rain. Me and my team, deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping, I believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with it done. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop. Life like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Won't stop, stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series for Brawl Stars, where we are in the EU and MENA regions yet again. I am Mark, joined today by Teddy and Reddy. Straight away, Teddy, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. We had a pretty crazy day one already. Looking forward for some more crazy matches here in day two.
Yeah, it was a bit wild, wasn't it, Reddy? Any matches that stood out to you? I mean, it was a wild day one, we're not going to lie.
Yeah, I mean, it was match 2 of yesterday, but Dogster Lobster versus Tribe Gaming EU was ridiculous, and I hope they keep that trajectory today. Crazy, crazy stuff.
It was a very, very bizarre day. I mean, all our predictions went kind of completely out of the window, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Dogster Lobster coming out with that win over Tribe was a huge, huge starting result for them, and see some of the highlights as we're speaking through it as well. I mean, speaking as well, SK had a rough time too against Reply Totem. Reply Totem getting that 3-2 was a big, big scoreline, Teddy, that we didn't necessarily see coming.
Yeah, an important one as well, as people have been talking for the last couple of weeks about Reply Totem and them potentially being the #1 team in the Europe region. And right now, I mean, I wouldn't quite call it proof of it, but at least, you know, that is something interesting that they were able to take down SK in the 5th set.
Yeah, FA Siege as well had a great day with a 3-1 against Craze Clan, and again, another scoreline that I don't think many of us kind of saw coming, but simply because Craze Clan have been performing so well at the moment and just kind of breezed through the open finals to qualify for the challenge season, and FA Siege were like the underdogs realistically in that open finals one, and you know, picking up that big win against Team Queso to make themselves through to the challenge season, but at the same time, we just kind of didn't necessarily expect that much from them, to be completely honest, right, Reddy?
Yeah, and here we can take a look as well at the scoreboard to see how things have shaped up just after the first day. On top, we got Team Queso, FA Siege, Dogster Lobster, and of course, Reply Totem. But who knows? Some of these standings may change today. We see some pretty good teams, actually, in those bottom 4. Most importantly to note, I think Tribe Gaming EU and SK Gaming, some of the teams that had rough matchups that will probably change today.
Yeah, it is kind of weird to see some big names down the bottom. Anyone else that you want to see sort of moving up closer to the top, Teddy?
I mean, it's quite crazy, right? Because this leaderboard is so stacked and the teams are so good at the game, and yet teams like SK, Craze, Tribe in the bottom 4, not really something you'd expect every day, but today is important because of that, because now we get to, you know, confirm some of those doubts and see if they still got it after a rough start of the season for them.
Well, let's take a look at the schedule then for today to see one of the matches of craziness we may have in store. Up first, it's going to be SK Gaming versus FA Siege, so that one definitely looks to be a banger for me. Team Queso after that versus Dogster Lobster. Both teams having a good day yesterday, so one of those two teams is going to have an upset today. After that, we've got Craze Clan versus Tribe Gaming EU, so that will also be a bouter. And Reply Totem versus FA Baguette as our 4th and final matchup of the day. Honestly, gotta say, I feel like there's some really close ones there, and if anything from day 1 is to go by, I think day 2 will also have some fairly unexpected things going on today, right, Teddy?
Oh, certainly so. I mean, you know, in day 1, the matches that on paper were the most clear-cut ended up being the closest ones or the big upsets of the day. So I'm hoping for some more of that, and maybe to see, you know, if teams like Dogster and FA Siege that we didn't expect to take a win on day 1 are able to just double down and make it happen again, because then it's not really an upset anymore if they win this consistently against those top teams.
It's definitely an unpredictable one, but we're really keen as well to hear what you have to say at home. So make sure you go to Twitter, hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series. Let us know there who you think is going to come out on top today, who you think is going to get the win, who you think is going to get the L. And yeah, if your comment stands out, we think it's kind of interesting, maybe we'll even throw up on stream. Who knows? But we shall see. Ready, set? Any sort of particular matchup that inspires you today? Anything that looks of interest to you in particular?
It will be interesting, right? Because we saw Dogster Lobster versus Tribe Gaming EU yesterday, and a bit of an upset there for Tribe Gaming EU. Dogster Lobster, though, I think really got to shine and show what they were made of in the qualifier to get to this stage. But there are also some doubts about where Tribe Gaming EU stands in the region at the moment, which could have influenced Dogster Lobster's victory. So now they get to play versus a much more consistent roster, I believe we've seen in the last few months, Team Queso, and I think that'll be the real litmus test to see where Dogster Lobster stands among these other 7 competitors.
Yeah, it's still early days, but they have been showing really fantastic promise. And before we get into our games, I've got to give a huge shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming. We certainly wouldn't be here without them, but it's been a pleasure and a joy to watch them bring together some of the best organizations and games across the mobile space. We don't just do Brawl Stars, guys. If you're maybe new to the stream here, we also have the competition spread across Clash of Clans, Clash Royale, and an abundance of other titles. So for putting up the entire prize pool, for putting on the entire production, we give them a huge thank you. Because again, we are fortunate to be in this position for them. So, but moving on, let's look at our first matchup of the day. Actually, then we're going to be looking at SK Gaming versus FA Siege up first, and ready to it wasn't the best day yesterday for SK Gaming. So, how do you think they're going to fare today?
It'll be interesting. I think they'll have actually a better day today as well. We'll have to see how it turns out. FA Siege did pull off kind of an upset versus Craze Clan. We didn't really get to see Craze Clan shine in the usual capacity that we would expect. I think one of their biggest claims to fame is their ability to draft. So we'll see actually if SK, by proxy, is able to kind of replicate that success that we usually see from Craze Clan, and obviously was undone by FA Siege.
Well, without further ado, let's take a look at the SK Gaming roster. I love that. That is so shiny. Very shiny. Pedro, of course, Chaos Kie, and Semantic. We all know and love this team. We've been here many a time before, but yeah, it was again just a bit of a rough day. It was very close, actually, their match against Reply Totem, and it could have gone another way, but in that last set, in the 5th set on Heist, it was Reply Totem who just managed to squeeze their way through. But SK Gaming, as we know, Teddy, are a team which have great resolve, and they just come back fighting stronger than ever. Is today going to be that day for them?
I think, that they have a very solid shot against FA Siege for sure. And, the result against Reply Totem wasn't, completely unexpected sort of upset type of situation. It was a very close match, went to the 5th set, and SK barely lost it. And honestly, I mean, from 2 days ago, Reddy and I, we predicted Totem to win that match. So I think it's a loss they could afford to take, but they do need to win against the teams that, we expect them to win against, and that's what's starting right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, I would have them down to beat FA Siege. But to be honest, after FA Siege's performance yesterday, that kind of gives me more question marks than anything else. But let's take a look at this roster as well, because honestly, a huge underdog story there is realistically coming into this one for Jaime, Gugu, and Kevin. Kevin's a character as well, which many in the scene didn't really or have much awareness to. I even had Frank with him saying, "Who's Kevin?" And honestly, it's great to see these guys performing at such a high level. Obviously, we've seen a Google a fair amount from last year and his competing throughout the BSC, really. But this year is really his pop-off year. Jaime as well. We've seen him on the circuit for a while, but now he's really starting to gain their flow. One thing's for sure, if they can pick up this win against SK Gaming today, I mean, they are off to a stormer of a challenge season ready. I mean, what kind of things can we expect from this team? Because they are an underdog team. There's a team that we don't necessarily know as much about as others.
Yeah, well, we can kind of analyze under a microscope what their performance looked like yesterday from Craze Clan, and like I said just a moment ago, Craze Clan, they're known for their ability to really take advantage of this 3-ban plus the brawler draft process that got introduced this year. And seeing as FA Siege was able to overcome Craze Clan in that matchup yesterday, I feel like that's one of the things that we should be looking out for, especially in terms of players. I mostly had my eye on Gugu yesterday. I feel like every team has like a single standout, very mechanically gifted player, and for me, at least from where we stand, that's got to be Gugu.
Yeah, Gugu is a phenomenal player. It's got to be said. Okay, Teddy, give us your predictions. Who's going to come out? Or is it going to be FA Siege?
I want to believe in FA Siege, but, you know, I'm a realistic type of person, and I'm going to have to go with SK Gaming. They are a pretty clear favorite for this matchup. But then again, yeah, you know, 2 days ago, FA Siege were big underdogs against Craze. Craze, big favorite, and FA Siege still managed to make it work. But I'm still going to have to go with SK.
I think I'm with you as well. What about Ready Set? What do you think, Ready Set? Is it going to be SK or is it going to be FA Siege?
It's weird because I voted against SK a handful of times over the past few competitions that we've had, like the tier 1 competitions that we've had, but this time I am going to be going for SK. I feel like yesterday when we saw them go versus Reply Totem was coming off of this like huge win streak and a lot of fire, right, that they had accumulated in their competitive endeavors up to that point. SK, I think we can say just about the same, but the hype was a whole lot more. For now, we got to get back to the facts. And SK Gaming, they are professionals. They show up to the scene. They might as well show up in a suit and tie because they're professionals and they know exactly what to do.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're pretty unanimous here on the casting desk, but are you over in the Twitch chat polls? Let us know, head over there, let us know which team you think is going to take this one. We'll be paying attention as well to that, and yeah, cast your votes over in the Twitch chat. Let's see whether you are as unanimous as we are for this one, but yeah, all three of us saying SK Gaming, so, but if anything from day one is to go by, what do we know, to be completely honest? Teddy, you're going to sit this one out just for the moment. Me and Ready Set going to take the mantle on this one, but we'll be back with you very shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll get you in for the game number 2, all right? Ready, right. I mean, when it comes to these two teams, honestly, I mean, you know, we kind of have to give it to like SK simply because they've been here time and time again, and you know, it was very close matchup that they had in day one, but now, you know, maybe that sort of tarnished their ego a little bit. Who knows? I mean, FA Siege, one thing that you've got to say is that you can't underestimate this team. They are like, you know, they've got like so little to lose, and that makes them very dangerous in this position.
And I would also say, right, they have little to lose, right, and they don't have a lot of footage for SK to roll back, and we know that one of the biggest strengths of SK is Pedro in his skill when it comes to analyzing and doing background research on opponents, and that's not really a facet that they can explore versus FA Siege. There's not too much to go by because they aren't as established in the scene. So I don't think that will be enough for FA Siege to leverage, but at least FA will be able to more operate in their comfort zone without the imminent threat of having their preferences exposed to the enemy earlier on.
Yeah, it's like, you know, one of those things where, you know, you got Coach Pedro there doing his thing, and I mean, we all know and love Coach Pedro, but you know, is there enough data? Is there enough that we've seen from this team to really kind of know what their sort of strengths and weaknesses are, like you say? I mean, we know the Gugu's and a fantastic, amazing Crow, also on Stu and a lot of kind of more aggressive brawlers, but this is a team that kind of like starting to just bring themselves into the forefront of the Brawl esports scene. So with that, there has to become a little bit of a tendency to take things slow and just kind of pace yourself as you go forwards with this team. I think that's something that I've got to say that SK do quite well, actually, is they are very good at just not underestimating or overestimating their opposition, just taking everyone as it comes and just kind of making sure that they are not letting their guard down. Yesterday, like I said, or 2 days ago rather, like I said, it was a bit of a rough day for them, but not by much, to be fair. And Reply Totem were a team that are coming in really just all guns blazing into this challenge season. But, you know, SK, you know, they are the champs, so like, I mean, there comes with that a lot of responsibility too, so they know how to perform under pressure. The question is, are they going to take that early lead today, or is FA Siege going to come out and hopefully surprise us all as well?
Yeah, and I think another thing that we've seen from SK is it takes them a moment to kind of identify their enemy and figure out where those pain points are, and then perhaps come back in the last few sets. And we saw that versus Reply Totem yesterday. They kind of let a couple sets slip, and then they start finding their stride. But the thing is, when you're operating with a margin of error of a single set, you can have a mistake in one set, and there goes your possibility of winning. So I don't think that's necessarily a strategy to let the enemy win a couple of sets in a row, but that is to say it takes them a little bit of time to warm up. Now, talking about coming out the gates, guns a-blazing, I think we can say just about the same thing for both teams. There's no doubt in my mind that SK approaches every single matchup like that. The first set matters just as much as the final set, and the first set here is going to be at Kaboom Canyon. A little bit of heist action as well. Glad to see that this map is back in the competitive rotation as well. It's all about fighting for that mid bush and then exploring things from there. We've actually seen SK do some inventive things in the past. I think most notably actually going for a Gale first gadget, that jump pad to send him into mid and easily pick up the mid control to start getting damage on the safe.
They like the kind of long-range idea of having a B, having a Lola, and just kind of holding firm on Kaboom Canyon a lot of the time. But Safe Zone yesterday was not, or I keep saying yesterday, Safe Zone in day one was the map where they failed against Reply Totem, and they kind of struggled against the max speed and the down roll. So this time though, banning out the Penny early on, I mean banning Bonnie as well and Eve. I don't mind those bans. They didn't ban Janet a lot and found themselves up against Janet a lot. So they seem to be keeping with that same idea today. First pick coming in is a Carl from FA Siege, which, yeah, did just receive a very small buff. I don't know whether it's quite a first pick brawler for me, though, in terms of draft. And it's actually going to be SK that are going to be grabbing that Janet, which they didn't do very often, to be fair, in day one. So I'm pleased to see that this time around.
Yeah, it didn't seem like they were super opposed to an enemy having a Janet, though she is a pretty frustrating brawler to deal with. Once she's been in the game for a little bit longer, people are going to gradually figure out how exactly to play against her without having to do exhaustive research, if you will, into what you can do to counter this brawler. You just kind of get a feel for it subconsciously while playing the game. Though, bring it back to the Carl first pick. This is a little peculiar. He did get a bit of a range buff, so I think that is going to make him much more viable, like as a lane per se. We'll see SK actually pick up the Pam though, and that's going to give them much better anchoring onto mid. So if the rest of the team gets wiped, Pam is sure enough to be there, and if she can survive long enough, then she can give a little bit more time for the remainder of SK to get back up to those bushes. We'll see how FA Siege responds though. They have a couple more picks, and I don't know how they're going to combo with the Carl, but they're going to have to think of something.
Yeah, the Pam is a nice pick. It's quite a safe one at that, and you can obviously put your healing station up against the mid area and just have that moment squeeze star power, able to shove anyone who might be lying within the bush area. But I wouldn't be at all surprised. Yeah, well, the Beetles actually picked out. I was going to mention that SK might want that particular brawler. It is one that they do enjoy playing on Kaboom Canyon. So FA Siege either are picking that because they want it themselves, or picking it because they know that same thing, and that SK are more likely to want to go for it. So actually picking it against them, and then yeah, the Crow with Gugu. I mean, there's very little that surprises me there. I do like the comp from FA Siege. The Carl again. I'm kind of remains to be seen. I mean, I'm kind of keen to see whether Carl suddenly shot into the meta, as we have had, to be fair, balance changes that have gone through from day one to day two. But I don't know whether it's that good at this present moment in time. We'll have to wait and see. Definitely some range on the lacking side at the moment for SK. The Janet is a good one to have, and there's the Belle to make up for it, so that makes a lot of sense. I do quite like the SK Gaming comp here, but if FA Siege find some magic with this, then I'm all for it. I hope for SK's sake that they've not, kind of got a solid plan in play, because if they do, then SK could well be in trouble here.
This is true. I wonder what exactly the line of thinking with the Carl is, but if we take a look at SK's bans, you can see that Penny is banned out, and SK has run a Penny before on Dueling Beetles, right? So not on a heist map, but she did just get a rework, and Carl just got a slight balance change as well. So perhaps maybe a weakness of SK is going to be that they're not able to adapt as quickly to some of these new balance changes. They need a little bit of time to process it once it's happened, and FA Siege have seen an opportunity to pick up a brawler that is going to be unfamiliar for SK. So far, though, things are looking much better for SK than the draft might have told us. We already see a pickup on the left side. Chaos getting a good long-range kill. We do actually see Soy on the right side, though, getting some good long-range control, and also there is Kevin pushing forward on the right side with the Carl gadget. And I think that's going to be one of the main things that Carl is trying to accomplish here is get in this bat cap kind of position next to the safe and being a total nuisance. Just chipping away at that safe gradually and also popping the super whenever someone tries to get close enough to get him out of that position.
Well, I like what Kevin's doing here. I mean, it's not necessarily surviving as well. I mean, getting the pick up twice there and just surviving it with HP. It's a good sign for me that SK are dealing with the problem. But, I mean, I just think that Anani, for me, is doing kind of more of the same, but maybe more efficiently. But we shall see. There is still consistent damage coming in from FA Siege, it must be said. And keeping SK on the defense is always a good offense. Let's see, though, whether SK can start to collect themselves a little bit better and get some takedowns in the mid, or whether they will still be subjected to this kind of aggressive push. But a nice marked up Guga goes down very quickly there. Flying hook in from Kevin is good as well on the side of FA Siege. But again, this pinch that we've seen time and time again from SK does see to that. But at the same time, they spent all this time on the defense. They've got to get into the offense.
Okay, Guille might be leading the charge on the right side, so Bracer trying to get some damage. He notices that Guille is going to be one of the easier targets to get rid of since he is a little bit less of a ranged brawler and also is a bit of a beefier target as well. Going to be easy to farm those shots off of. So Bracer evidently stepping up to the task. We see Semantic actually trying to make his way over onto the right side, get some damage. Not going to be able to land any of those bombs, but he will get some decent enough positioning for iChaos to start going for a pinch with him. So Bracer forced out of position. There's another great pinch from SK, and we see with the crow jump just trying to keep up the defense, but the pot shots from SK keep on rolling in, but it doesn't look like they will be enough actually. 69 to 78% is going to be the final damage comparison, and we will see it, the first game, go the opposite way that a lot of people were expecting. That's FA Siege right there, taking game number 1.
Very, very close. Very close, it's got to be said. I mean, just very little in it, if I'm honest. If SK had just been able to get a couple more shots and just hadn't found themselves on those back ropes the entire time, it would have been so much better for them. But yeah, it didn't work out well for them just because they just found themselves to be continuously defending. They've got to be a bit more aggressive, be a bit more bold this time round. And that's an early slow from Gugu, just simply to... I'm not really sure what avail, really. Just simply to slow chaos. Bit of a wasted gadget there for me, but nonetheless, quick and swift takedown from SK, making it a 2 versus 2.
Guille has to stand his ground here, otherwise Kevin and Soy Bracer are going to be able to push through. We'll actually see iChaos now stepping up to the plate, trying to retake mid along with Semantic. Here comes the first B shot, but there's not going to be any follow-up, and that super in from Kevin is going to get him a little bit of positioning. He'll be able to hang out right here next to Guille, and Scrapsucker isn't going to be immensely effective versus Kevin, but point-blank Pam shots will always do the job just fine. Semantic once again with the super. Not a whole lot of value off the super, but he is able to trap Gugu on the left side, which is a win in and of itself, and iChaos now gets to win this left lane and start pressuring in the enemy so they can go for some shots on the safe.
Like a little gadget from Semantic there, just to jump over the wall and continue to heal up along the way. Let's see now what Guille can do. He's going to force in the healing station, which is a nice aggressive positioning at that, and that will just ensure that FA Siege cannot just be within that radius. Nice takedown, good value as well. So the Bracer goes down too. That's much better from SK, as now the taps coming in from that top left-hand side from Semantic, and Guille just trying his best to hold down the mid until IKS spawns back in, and he just get a nice takedown along the way. Big pressure on the side of Bracer. Kevin marked up as well and slowed, but now they're going to concede some damage here as they're going to try to defend this one now. Nice takedown now to sort of Bracer, but Kevin needs to be dealt with now as well.
Well, let's see if they're able to do it. Looks like iChaos is going to get that prediction absolutely correct. Gugu is going to get tagged up, and he'll have to back up on the right side. Guille once more trying to have some pressure here. A jump in from Gugu to lead the charge for Kevin to once more get into his position. But he tried a little bit too hard to dodge. He didn't necessarily want to get in that hidey hole as usual, at least not too quickly. It might end up costing him a 3% differential. A single jump in by Gugu could do the trick, but he's going to have to farm it up first. Someone will have to get some damage, but 5 seconds simply is not going to be enough. A 3% differential this time. It's always going to be close. when it comes to Kaboom Canyon. But between SK and FA Siege, I don't think really many people were expecting this, especially seeing as we are 1-1 currently, but this could be the SK comeback.
Could well be. I mean, it was definitely better for them that time round. They seemed very sure of themselves towards the end as the damage was in their favor. And yeah, FA Siege just didn't quite look like they're going to be able to kind of recollect themselves quickly enough to be able to do much to really go about it. Kind of falling into the same trap then as we saw from SK in the previous game, actually. Just kind of leaving it a little bit too late towards the end. And maybe now this time they need to go a bit more on the aggressive, as it's something which they do very well, in all honesty. This time, very, very different story. SK really starting to make a big push straight for the middle. And yep, Semantic now has to be forced out and just think slightly better of it. But meanwhile, Chaos and Gear both healed up as well. I like this stance that SK are taking as they realize that the first game was just far too passive.
And we see Semantic picking up a crucial kill onto Gugu. Gugu's going to be slowing down enemies with a slowing toxin as long as he tags up too, which is going to make Guille VGX pretty much a sitting duck for Soy to deal with. But we'll see Soy back up actually as he is pretty low on health. We got to see Gugu tag up some enemies before some serious moves can be made in here. He does run for cover, but gets taken down by Semantic. And now it's up to Kevin and Soy to hold on to this bush. It doesn't look like they'll be able to do it for very long though. Another super in from Semantic. Good dodges actually from Soy, but he will be taken down by iChaos in the end. And also, nice position there from Semantic to grab 2% on the enemy safe. And we'll see the remainder of SK able to set up residence at least close to this bush, not necessarily inside the bush, because they don't want it too long.
I've got to say, I really like those jukes from Gugu there, and Chaos just every shot just landed to the side of it. But now coming back in, misses the mark, but does to get a bit of a tap, but EA is left alone here with Kevin. The Mama Squeeze will help out massively here, actually, whilst being left alone as Semantic comes in to help. But look at that, now just that 8% damage dealt is actually overshadowing the 2% of the SK side. They've got to get a couple more taps here, even if it just means losing mid-control. Just to get the lead here would go a long, long way with 30 seconds coming on the clock fast. Or Semantic could go in here aggressively. It looks like he might just do that and try to bring back the flow of action. No, now he's coming back. I'm not too sure about that myself, to be completely honest. Going there, get that damage, bringing back the flow of action may have been better, but now SK is still behind and no time left to handle it.
The way SK is playing this map is much different from how we see people usually play this map. Also, we see Gugu sneaking in with 3-2-1 health. That is seriously going to cost these guys unless iChaos and Semantic can pump out a ton of damage, but iChaos is not going to be there to help out. 89% is going to be as low as SK can bring this safe. An 8% differential for this one, and a set victory for FA Siege. Quite unexpected there, but I think we can pretty plainly see how they got the victory. In a way, right? I think it was reflected in what looked like some confusing decisions by SK Gaming. At points, it looked like SK decided that they didn't want to hang on to the mid bush, which is probably the most strategic position you can take on this map, but it had to be due to FA Siege pressuring them out of that bush constantly, and that's why, in the end, by and large, they got the win.
Yeah, I mean, I just felt towards the end they were out of time anyway, so they just kind of had to go in and do something, and just kind of, if it meant leaving a 2 versus 1 on their own safe, then maybe so be it, but it was already a lost cause at that point either way, so it just made no difference as to whether they just kind of went for it or not. But regardless though, more damage as they do tend to have in Heist rather, but at the same time just kind of not necessarily playing as much of the objective as FA Siege, and that is a lot of the reason why the FA Siege were able just to get the win there. But definitely a surprising first result, and one that I'm sure SK will not take lightly going into this second set. But yeah, it's again this kind of same story that we keep seeing with FA Siege, where we don't expect much from them, but they just keep seemingly to deliver. So great for them. I mean, going into the second set, we'll see how this one goes.
Well, set number 2 is upon us, and it's going to be Dueling Beetles, so we'll see if SK opts to ban out Penny this time. Something tells me that FA Siege might take that into their own hands. Of course, it will come down more so to who gets that first pick. I don't know if Penny is really a first pick here, but with the new balance changes and knowing SK's history,
I think
it
she
very
could.
well could be. Yeah, oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, I wonder what kind of wall breakers will emerge here too, because that can tend to be a strategy as well. Sometimes you see Griff arrive here for that express purpose. Maybe as a last pick, I would love to see a tank, perhaps some Frank, but as long as B is on the table, I think that'll be denied pretty heavily. Of course, it is going to come down to what 3 brawlers are selected per team for those bans, but I do certainly expect Penny to be among one of them.
Yeah, I can see Penny being a continuous ban from here from SK just all day long, because ultimately when a brawler gets remade to that extent, it feels almost like a brand new brawler. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if they just kind of have this in their drafts all day long, regardless to what the map and mode is, just to play on the safe side. But I mean, Dueling Beetles as a map is a pretty decent map actually for Penny when she's having a good day, let's say. And right now she's definitely having a good day. I mean, depends how you look at the nerf earlier today. She was having a great day before the nerf, but the question is whether that nerf was even enough realistically to knock her down to size, as it is only day 2 of really seeing how her new remodeled, revamped version is going in terms of the meta. But nonetheless, Dueling Beetles, even without her, has a lot of variety realistically here. You could go for definitely a Crow lane here. I feel would suit both teams here actually, but also having a Lola mid, I do quite enjoy that. Also having a Sprout late pick, I'm a big fan of that here on Dueling Beetles. It's a bit of a risky one for sure, especially when both FA Siege and SK can bring out a Mortis every now and again. Yeah, so Penny being banned actually, yeah, so short round. Yeah, so it looks like SK going to be banning the Penny pick just as a religious idea, as well as Bonnie today and as well as Eve. Unless they're the similar, actually though, that could still be the picks from the previous map, to be fair. So we'll double check that in the meantime to see what that draft coming in might be. But either way, I wouldn't be at all surprised to see similar bans. I mean, Eve is still pretty strong regardless of her a little bit of a tune down in terms of the balancing changes. Body's still pretty much running riot as well. But we'll see in a moment what actually kind of prevails in terms of the picks and bans.
Yeah, I think one of the larger things that we can expect to prevail is the newer brawlers are going to be banned out pretty consistently unless a team expects the enemy to ban them, because I don't think teams really want to be playing the brawlers since they are so new. It's a bit confusing as to what niche they fulfill necessarily, but also it's just as unknown how you play against them, how you counter them, and that factor in and of its own can be reason enough to run them just to surprise your enemy and catch them off guard, and who knows, maybe absolutely pop off because they have no idea what to do to counter you, especially when draft is so reactive. What do you do to play versus a Bonnie? I guess you just take another sharpshooter, but sharpshooters for the most part don't have good capabilities of defending in close range, and that's one of the other things that Bonnie specializes in, is using that super, getting in close range. Who knows if it'll appear here on Dueling Beetles, but it'll be a large factor to consider.
Yeah, it's a great map for her, as well as Janet too, and other brawlers that are running riot in terms of the meta. Eve as well can be a great one for her, having the ability to be able to jump over these little side lanes as well and go either side of the map. I think Stu as well. I think Spike is always a safe choice on this particular map. Ems can be pretty decent as well. But for me, I just still love that Lola mid. I think it can be so suppressive, depending upon again kind of what kind of wall breakers there are on the map. That can make the biggest difference as to how well she can kind of fare in the mid. But having some long range on the lanes and having some aggressive ideas in the mid, always a good way to go. Yeah.
Yeah, and especially area control. You brought up Sprout earlier. I think Squeak is another really good option. Lola, though, area control is not necessarily like what she is made for, because Sprout and Squeak literally zone out large radii of area. She does it very, very well because she has a wide-ranging attack and she has long range. That plus she has the ability to freeze frame her ego and soak up a ton of damage, and that gives her a lot more survivability on the point, which is pretty much the reason that tanks can also prevail on this map, as long as those walls stay up as well. And I think wall break is another thing that teams are going to want to consider through here, because even just one wall breaker allows you to have complete control over what the enemy side of the map looks like, and if you play your cards right, you can break open just the right amount of walls to get sort of spawn camp strategy on top of your enemy.
Yeah, no, we're just getting some word that's, we've got a bit of a bug on the graphics side of things for the, I believe for the draft, so we'll wait and see how that goes. We'll get you word on that as soon as we can get bit more information. But yeah, I mean, in terms of the map, I think that especially with like Hot Zone, you've got to be very cautious around that draft, making sure that, you know, you're considering all aspects. You know, the last thing you want to have is to kind of build and shape an idea that then later on in the later stages gets ruled out by a wall breaker. I mean, it's not where I would choose to play Brock, but I know, you know, back in, you know, North America and Latin North already, you know, it's like kind of like the go-to pick here, one that can break open everything immediately. So, I mean, that's another idea as well, is like, you know, you can then shape your opposition's draft and just take away from their ideas as to what they wanted to do. I do feel like, to be honest, FA Siege are not the team that you want to do that with, as they do like a lot of their long-range ideas anyway. I think that SK should probably consider banning maybe Crow here, just simply because it's one that often gets left out of the draft at the moment in terms of the banning ideas, and one which is kind of consistently played over and over by FA Siege. And, you know, SK are behind. They need to give themselves the edge.
Yeah, and I agree actually on the Crow ban as well, or at least picking it up for themselves too. Crow can pretty much entirely disable any sort of max play, as well as any kind of tank play on this map, because if you get slowed down so much, you are in a pretty confined space as well, so your allies will be able to jump on top of any target who has been slowed down and get free supers and get a free kill as well, and of course walk on that point and play the objective, get those capture points that they need. So I think Crow is going to be an important pick or ban for either of these teams. I think you could run it in conjunction with a sharpshooter, which would definitely be on brand for FA Siege, but that comes up to whether SK will allow them to have this brawler again. It seemed to be a big issue when it came to Kaboom Canyon, and it'll be no different if it gets picked up once more by FA Siege on the second map.
Yeah, still waiting for the teams. I think we've got, again, a few technical issues that we're just trying to iron out in the meantime, guys. Hopefully we'll get that game to you as quickly as possible. But again, you know, SK being behind is a place which actually, more often than not, gives them a lot more strength to go forwards and have some resolve. We did see that yesterday when they went to the fifth and final set. Didn't quite, though, make it through out of that one with the dub. But, you know, they are a team which, for me, I've seen them do more reverse sweeps than any other, to be completely honest, when they are, you know, in that, like, losing position. This is definitely on the player cam. Semantic did not look like he was too pleased about the first set loss anyway, so that also will drive the team a little bit further forwards. But I think for me, I just want to see it be close regardless, no matter which way it goes. But the draft being a key moment in that process as well. You know, from what I've seen with SK, they do tend to draft pretty well to Dueling Beetles. In fact, a lot of the time they'll draft specifically to their opposition rather than just kind of ideas that they like to implement here. So I'm expecting a pretty decent draft from them this time round. And also FAC should got to be prepared for that as well, because being in the league doesn't mean that you get to necessarily just kind of have the easy ride. You've actually got to do a lot more when you are ahead. So
yeah, well, SK, this is what they know about FA Siege so far from today. They know that they run Crow, they know that they run B, they know that they run Carl. Now, I don't know if Carl's necessarily going to be a pick that they're preparing against once again. It didn't seem to work amazingly, but it did, you know, it did well enough, I think, in order to get the victory for FA Siege. The ones that they are Crow and B, and these are both brawlers that they would like to pick up for themselves. So I either see them banning them or trying to acquire one of those in the draft. Problem is that if you get first pick, you can only get one. If you get second pick, your enemy gets one of them. So you won't be able to get both of those brawlers, which kind of stinks because they work really well together. But it's not the end of the world, right? SK, they're a world's class team, and they will know how to adapt around this, unless, of course, they just decide to ban out both of them. I think also that would be hinging on this idea that FA Siege would like to play it safe, ban out Bonnie, Janet, whomever is the latest and greatest brawler in the game. Eve is another one to keep your eyes peeled for. But I don't think that's going to be the case at all. I think FA Siege have a lot of confidence. They know that they are pretty much in the lead so far in this matchup, and they have the reins in their hands, whether SK would like it or not. And it's up to SK to come up from this underdog position now.
Wow. Let's take a little look back actually some of the replays of what we just saw with Kaboom Canyon rather. But it was an interesting pick. Looking back, actually, from FACG and the Carl idea, I kind of wonder whether they might have some more of those ideas in mind. And that's the thing when you consider we've had some balance changes. I think that Byron and his effectiveness is still a bit of a question mark as well. Being such a brawler which would have as quite a high pick rate, to be honest, in Dueling Beetles and other hot zone maps. Kind of curious to see where he's going to lie now. I think you'd be right with regards to the B pick. It's definitely one that SK are kind of favouring quite a lot recently. Arguably pretty more so in kind of heist, but nonetheless it is quite a versatile brawler which can shut down a lot of ideas. I think as well we saw some Lu coming back into the meta as well recently. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see some Lu coming back into Dueling Beetles. Maybe not his best mode, but ultimately definitely with Bo as well can delay a lot of the onset. But here, yeah, there's that same idea. So SK banning Penny yet again and Bonnie. But Stu this time added to that mix. I would not be at all surprised to see Penny bans and Bonnie bans going into Belle's Rock next as well from them. We'll see. So FA Siege banning out... Okay, Surge is an interesting ban. Don't think anyone was going to really necessarily pick that first, but banning out Surge, banning out Daryl, banning out Colette. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, we also see the Stu ban here, which I was thinking earlier might be to enable some tank play, since a tank is pretty much never going to be able to get within range of Stu. He'll just keep on running away with his super. But then we actually see the Gale pick as well, which is a strong tank counter, and I don't really see it being used for too much else. Really any other brawler that is just trying to walk onto the point to get any kind of capture. If SK finds himself in a situation where they are, or their enemy is just a few percentage away from capturing and they need to clutch it up, I think Gale is absolutely the right brawler for the job, since he can push brawlers off the point. He can quickly dispel them as well with his super and farm it up in just 3 shots. We also see the Squeak, and I'm surprised to see this one slip through the cracks in the pick or rather in the ban process that comes before the picking process, because it's such an instrumental brawler, especially with residue at your disposal. And we'll have to see FA Siege explore some wall break options if they truly want to be able to get around the Squeak. Otherwise, they're going to be forced to double up on lanes for practically the entire match.
I don't get this Carl idea, I'll be honest. I mean, it's alright. I just don't know whether it's first pick worthy here from FA Siege. I mean, I guess they could argue against the idea because they won the first set. I mean, but still, I'm not too sure. Janet, I get. Crow, I get. Absolutely so. But why are they valuing Carl to be as strong as this? I'm not entirely convinced. I mean, I have no doubt about it. I'm sure has felt better since the balance changes, but I don't think in draft it's quite worthy of that first pick. Regardless though, I mean, SK got a great comp here with the Gale and the Sweet coming in. I do like it. Pam for the mid makes a lot of sense. Definitely something towards their comfort ideas here for sure. Gale's decent. It's not necessarily my go-to here, to be completely honest, just because it can be a bit difficult, a bit troublesome if you start to break open the map. But no wall breaks on either side. This could be quite interesting, and I think a lot of the brawlers here for that same reason should get quite a decent amount of value.
That's true. I think especially on the side of FA Siege, since they do have brawlers that have piercing attacks. The only brawler with a piercing attack, if you're not counting Gale's super on the side of SK, is actually Squeak from SK. So hopefully Squeak gets a lot of value. Otherwise, that's going to be a lot of single target damage, which could play to SK's disadvantage. Carl is going to be the tankiest brawler on the side of FA Siege as well. It looks like he's going to be using that gadget to get up to the... It seems like previously, Carl was primarily being used to distract the fight from mid and force SK Gaming to go and defend their safe and not be able to play around mid. And I totally understood that. I was like, okay, cool. That's going to be the only time that we see Carl in this matchup. But no, yeah. They're not finished with the Carl yet, and it doesn't seem like he's necessarily fulfilling that purpose of using his gadget to get onto the point, but he might be able to get some good long-range damage versus GA. There's the gadget in, and a super to take down Squeak, probably the weakest brawler in close range on the side of SK, so I totally agree with this play, and it's going to be good for lane switching as well, but it's not going to be multi-use beyond 3 uses to get away from iChaos, at least not yet. And SK Gaming is trailing marginally, but GA coming back up to the point might be able to... You see Soy de Bresa also coming in with the super. Getting some significant amount of damage around that turret, but not going to be able to get any kills, unfortunately. that turret's pretty much going to be the anchor for SK Gaming, as they actually do get an entire team wipe, and the anchor gets moved forward just a little bit. A super by iChaos will slow down Kevin as well, which is going to be a huge detriment, and SK is able to eclipse a 67% accrued so far, actually, by FA Siege.
Well, 15 seconds, or 15% rather, remain for SK to get this win, and it looks like they might just do that unless we see something catastrophic occur here. Soda Brezza all alone. I mean, there's not really much chance to be able to defend this for very long whatsoever, but we've seen crazier things, as Day 1 already told us, but look at that valley there. Semantic coming in with the cycling of that super. Very nicely done. Wasn't by much, though, to be completely honest. Just that 15% at the end. Again, good to bring this one back. Maybe to get a set back here would go a long, long way for them.
Still, I gotta say, I'm pretty surprised by FA Siege's ability to fight toe-to-toe with SK very consistently. That was 85% by them, and we saw some good individual defenses of mid. I think especially by Soda Brezza on the Janet was able to bring them very, very close to that 100% mark. Of course, it would have needed, or they would have needed a whole lot of time to bring back the 15% deficit, but it probably will come down to micro plays, and we'll see once again if that is possible. Kevin is on the lane versus Guille, and it looks like he would rather actually be on the lane versus iChaos. We see a gadget forward by Soda Brezza. He won't be able to take down iChaos. In fact, he does get taken down himself. Semantic also will be pushing forward to throw down yet another Twister. Gugu with a super in won't be getting a kill either, and this is a lot more dominant by SK. We see gradually FA Siege is running out of these gadgets that have enabled them to do any damage so far.
Yeah, I have liked also the way that Kevin is playing this card, though. I mean, he is going so aggressive. Eventually, he's going to get paid off for it, and there he is, surviving just about, allowing to come behind here and get this interstation taken down, but Semantic just is able to do so with the super. Nicely done. So it takes the air and tries to get some chip damage along the way as Gugu comes back in, but you're right, at the moment, SK's comp is largely held by the gadgets that they are using, but eventually they're going to run out of them. If they're sticking at these takedowns, which they are, then things could change, but I feel like at the moment FAC just left it a little bit too late.
Yeah, I don't see a whole lot of potential for them to push in at this point. We'll see Kevin at least get some damage. Guille will be there to put that to rest, though, and he will get taken out by the returning of Kevin's pickaxe. It's pretty good to see FA Siege picking up a little bit of capture here, but they have a whole lot to defend against, especially Semantic with his super. He's not able to cycle it out, but it's hardly even important. Guille is on one side, iChaos is on the other. Together they have about 12,000 health, and they just need a step on this point in order to take it. Here comes the super from Guille, actually. But it won't be enough to keep his teammates in the battle so far. In fact, I'm blown away by FA Siege's ability to stand on this point so far. But with one kill on the right side, another there, and Soda Brezza being the last brawler standing, this is going to be a decisive victory for SK in the end.
Yeah, nicely done. I felt like SK felt a lot more at home that time round. I think draft-wise, just very much on point. Again, I feel like FA Siege maybe could have considered some wall breaks in their draft, and that may have turned things around a little bit, but they just kind of seem set on the idea to keep those walls. I mean, that would have deterred away a lot of the value that was obtained from that Gale pick and obviously the Squeak, but yeah, that was their kind of idea going forwards. Gonna be interested to see what happens with this Carl idea if they just keep bringing it in and playing it. I don't know. I mean, I'm still open-minded to it, and it is still early days. This is the first match of day 2, in fairness, so we'll have to wait and see. But ultimately, I do feel like FA Siege played it well, but SK just played it better.
I gotta agree with you there, and honestly, I'm still a little bit confused on what the idea was from FA Siege with running the Carl, because it didn't seem to do a whole lot for them, whereas SK Gaming, it was very evident that every single brawler that they picked had a purpose and fulfilled that purpose. I can't say the same for FA Siege, and these tiny choices, or big, if you wanna say a single brawler choice is that large of a choice, are, I think, costing FA Siege, especially in this last set. In set number 1, though, they were able to take the win, obviously, so the creativity is there, and the creativity is working to a degree. I just wonder whether it will get them above like a 50% win rate, so it'll come down to set number 3 to make that decision.
Yeah, a new map, a new mode, and the drafts again, definitely going to be a very important factor here. But, I mean, SK just were able to just bring it back quite nicely for me. It just didn't seem like they were struggling nearly as much there in Hot Zone as they were in Kaboom Canyon for Heist, whether that was because it was the draft related or whether they just kind of had some of their ideas taken from them potentially by FA Siege. We know that they do like to play B, and that was a brawl which was removed from their ideas. Could have been that. Either way, they did look a lot smoother in that game as they sort of turned around some of the previous mistakes and started to learn a bit more from their opposition along the way. Now we're all tied up, so realistically this next map and mode is a chance for one of these two teams to gain the advantage.
Yeah, we are coming up to a brand new map. In fact, it's going to be Belle's Rock, so Knockout is seriously going to be shaping things up. It's going to introduce a pretty much brand new game mode to our competitive map pool. I still feel like it's pretty brand new. I don't know if everyone has adapted to it as much as some of the other game modes in the game, and as a result, I think the underdogs will be favored in this situation. So I'm looking at FA Siege to bring out something once more creative, but I also know that SK are going to have a pretty consistent game, and they're going to be able to very well adapt between the different rounds of Knockout, which is absolutely instrumental to getting a win in this mode. When it comes to Belle's Rock, you can play either side. You can play left versus right if you wish. We also have the bans coming through as well, and this time we see a Gale ban actually, which I guess could be pretty useful once the poison is totally closed in, but there are other brawlers that I think are able to fit that task better that might be more worthy of a ban. Hey, maybe they just don't like Gale, especially after playing against it on Dueling Beetles.
But no banning a penny, which is kind of interesting. And then this insta Carl pick from FACG yet again. I mean, don't get me wrong, Kevin is playing it really well. It's actually clearly a brawler which he's been wanting to get his hands on again for a while now, but I just don't know whether the meta has quite got to a place where Carl is now first pick. I mean, if you're watching in Twitch chat, let me know whether I'm missing a trick here, but again, I've been kind of like feeling a bit under the weather for the past week. I haven't really had a chance to get my hands too much on the game since the balance changes, but either way, I didn't think that the balance change for him was massive. I didn't think it was very slight from what I could see. I just don't feel like it's made the biggest amount of difference enough to warrant that first pick from FA Siege. Gene, very traditional ideas from SK. We'll be told to see if they follow this up with some more ideas that are just kind of what we'd expect to see in Belle's Rock. But still, some thorough ideas. You could bring in a Sprout here if they wanted to. A bit early too, to be fair. Probably would prefer to have it as later pick, but that's actually quite a risky place to pick the Piper, actually. Valuing that one quite early, but again, with the way that the contest has gone out, I mean, they don't really have much choice in this respect.
Yeah, I wonder what Piper will be running here. I mean, Piper's going to have to stick pretty close to Gene, especially considering that there is a Carl in play. And another thing to consider is that Piper doesn't necessarily counter out Carl. She has longer range, but he has better wall peek. And when it comes to like a Gene pulling a Carl, I don't really see that working out too well for the Gene unless we see SK pick up a good close range brawler for their final pick. Here's the Eve as well, which I have mixed feelings about. I think we've seen basically the way to counter Eve is simply to outrange her, which is a little challenging to do, but I think SK will be able to do it with Piper and with Gene as well. They'll be able to chip Eve gradually, but there's still one more brawler for SK to pick, so that will definitely be influenced by the Eve pick as well. Of course, it's not the end of FA Siege's pick phase yet. They gotta pick one more brawler to end this thing off, and I wonder if they'll play counter to SK. There's the Belle. I would definitely say that's a safe pick, but it doesn't outright counter anything from SK, but I think also they get to rest knowing that Carl will be able to get in close range versus Piper, and that's a counter enough.
Well, Rico for SK, and that's always dangerous, gotta be said. Was kind of surprised we didn't see a Sprout pick as the final one from them, but we know what Chaos can do with that Rico idea, and obviously the Piper as well will play a kind of key role in breaking open the map where they want it to be broken up for the rounds to follow on. But again, yeah, I mean, you gotta kind of ban Janet and Bonnie. I kind of get that from SK. But leaving the Eve open, a bit risky, surprised to be fair. This is what I mean about FA Siege. They're picking Carl first pick before the Eve. I mean, like, what is life? But we shall see. I think I prefer the SK Gaming comp here myself. At the moment, though, FA Siege have been making this idea work to some level, so I'm still kind of on the fence.
Yeah, maybe we'll really get to see what Kevin is choosing the Carl here for, besides him just being a brawler that got a buff recently. I think maybe they're playing against SK's muscle memory, if anything, seeing as Carl does have a pretty decent buff to his range. Any buff or nerf to Carl's range is going to feel like a lot for whatever reason, but that's what history has told us. He seems to be a pretty difficult brawler to find a sweet spot for him, as any alteration to his range can do a whole lot for him. So far, though, FA Siege isn't having the best of times. They are getting backed up pretty significantly. Kevin might find an opportunity to come in. No GA VGX actually with a super out. Kevin won't be able to hold his own versus Symantec, despite him being pretty low, actually. And it's up to Sweat Abrasive to look for a super before this round comes to an end. Yeah. Perhaps GA VGX will be able to do something on the right side. Kevin does have a super, but he's not going to be able to use it, unfortunately, as he's reduced to pretty low health. On the left side, Symantec has his super as well. Once these hatchlings are dispelled, he'll be able to use it. Though he is getting tagged up pretty significantly by Belle. That's 1, 2, 3 shots in a row. Not very much health left. Soy Bresa is going to be looking for an easy kill, or perhaps an easy pinch as well. That's going to be this round going to FA Siege. And SK Gaming actually might be going down in this first round unless they can put their supers to absolute best use.
Okay, well, 2 supers on the side of FA Siege to the 2 of SK Gaming as well. Semantic, though, is going to struggle to get a pull into these hatchlings are taken care of and is marked up. Nicely done by Gugu there, spotting the moment. And Yay, trying to find on this right-hand side sort of Breza, but struggling to do so. 2 missed shots now. He's got to start to put better pressure on here now. That's the good follow-up that he needed. One there, and Kevin pinched between a rock and a hard place, and Semantic does need to get a pull here realistically, but who is going to be able to get it on? It's going to be Gugu realistically, I think. Kevin gives a super away, and like maybe the knockback of the Gale can cancel that idea out if they're quick enough to be able to do so, but either way, SK looking definitely better. It's a good pull, and a quick swift, yeah, but see, Kevin got away there. I'm surprised they couldn't handle that one, to be honest, together.
Yeah, I think Carl just has so much mobility that he's going to be a good utility. We'll see if he's able to put it to use. Doesn't look like it. There was a gadget over to the right side that was quickly put to rest as well. That's going to be SK Gaming taking this first game. And yeah, I think we got to see some good moments from Carl, but nothing game-changing, nothing necessarily first pick worthy. But maybe that's not really the idea. The game, the more balanced it gets, the less first pick and last pick are going to mean, because the counters are not going to be as strong the more balanced things get. And I don't really think that Carl is meant to be something that is absolutely game-changing, just something that is easy to play with. And when you're able to lane swap so quickly, since Carl has such great mobility, yeah, I would definitely not mind playing with that. But it's not going to be able to provide too much utility to me either, and that would be my main complaint. And I think maybe that's my main complaint with the Carl pick at the moment, is it's not doing anything game-changing. When there's some other brawlers that could be picked that could be making some serious moves here. Kevin, though, will be able to retreat, but still, that leaves his teammates absolutely out in the open, and they get shut down immediately.
Yeah, I'm going to keep giving Kevin a hard time in this VOD. He's going to be looking back going, oh my god, just leave me alone. I like to play Carl. But, you know, it's still early days. I respect the idea of trying to experiment more with the meta. I'm all for that. And to be fair, like, if, you know, if he was making it work like he was in Siege early, then it would be decent. But definitely struggling a little bit more now. SK take the first round. Good connecting super down the mid from Chaos. Could have got a bit more than he did, but nonetheless, it's kept Kevin back into this back mid area. Yeah, as well. Nice tapped up onto Soda Brezza, goes down there as well, making it a 2 versus 3. Kevin goes in aggressive, but the I think there was an attempt there to knock him back from Guille as well, but it's now 3 versus 1. I can't see how he gets away with this.
Yeah, and neither can I. An absolute 3 versus 1 and a shutdown as well. This one even faster than the last, and SK will handily take this set. I'm curious to see how he's willing to experiment with the Carl. I think Kevin could afford to try and run Protective Pirouette just for a little bit to see what he's able to do with his super, because I think one of the main complaints with Carl's super is that I didn't really see any stuns on the opposing side, with the exception of Piper, who her bombs explode pretty slowly. You're able to get away from her bombs and not get stunned, so it's not too much of an issue. Maybe that's what we see FACH lean into next time, but for now, it's going to be SK Gaming reigning supreme.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for it. I mean, Kevin is making it look good, don't get me wrong, but I just don't know whether it's got to a place yet in the meta where it's still, something to be scared about, really. But look at the damage difference, honestly, between SK and FACH. Far more weighted, almost twice over on the side of SK there was 64,000. More healing on the side of FACH, but and again, that's kind of just only ending to serve to feed more of the damage later on. 12 super to the 8 of FACH as well. Just a much better set all round, really, for SK Gaming there as they start to build more momentum moving forwards. 2 sets to 1. Now this is them in a very, very good spot. I would be very surprised if they didn't try to get this one tied up right here, right now.
Same here. I mean, look, SK Gaming, as I said, they're professionals. They're trying to get in and they're trying to get out and they're trying to get their win as well. And yesterday was a tough match and they got to get their first win, right? They got to tie up their win and loss count within this series and migrate to more of normalcy as well. And FACH, I think they can see as an opportunity to do that as well. I know you said earlier that SK Siege, they approach, or rather, that SK Gaming approaches every single match about exactly the same, right? With the exact same mindset. I do think that they, though, anticipate this will be a little bit easier. That's just my personal opinion. And FACH, I think, is not as fearsome of an opponent as the remainder of the as some of the other real high-grade teams that we have within the league. But we'll see if they're able to change our opinions on that. Super Beach is going to be the next map, and this draft can kind of go all over the place. So we'll see if FACH is able to shine and show us what they are made of in terms of drafting it, because they were yesterday versus Craze Clan.
Well, penny ban again, this time from FACH. I think it's probably wise, as again, people just not wanting to take the risk. Bonnie now being picked by SK. It's a great mid to have. Ruff's first pick by FACH. See, that makes a lot more sense. And they're banning Carl, which is just kind of interesting to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just, still struggling to get a grasp on the balance changes, but there wasn't many of them to get a grasp on, to be completely honest. I don't think SK had a plan to play Carl here. Doesn't feel like a brawler to me, which they're wanting to play that often. Unless we see like something substantial change with the brawler, but we shall see. Bonnie first pick, I like it. She's obviously quite versatile here as well, and M's going to be their choice of mid, I assume, as it wouldn't really necessarily be the ideal place to play on lane, but nice comp though. FACH starting things off well. I think that Ruffs is a good first pick brawler to have, actually. Many teams like to have that early on to be able to not just shape the map, but also be able to soup up and give themselves the advantage over the course of the time playing. Definitely when they're going to be bringing the pace of the game down a little bit to use, and that could be an idea for SK to implement more speed from their strategy as well. But they need some nice lane ideas to implement. There is some aggression and some speed, and Stu for Semantic, I assume. Let's see what they pick third.
Yeah, Stu Mantic is definitely one that you want to be looking out for, but what is the combination going to be? I see a couple of what could be, well, actually, I think Bonnie will probably be played more as a mid. So here comes another lane. It's going to be Squeak, actually, to end things off. And Squeak is going to be a tough one to play as a defender, since he doesn't have amazing DPS, but he does have good control to slow things down before things can get to a goal. But I wouldn't really leave the game's fate in the hands of a Squeak. So that's just a risk that SK Gaming are going to be willing to take. We'll have to see what mid is picked here by FACH. They do get the final pick for it, so I think this is actually a good time to wait to pick your mid, even though a lot of the options will be gone. There's the Max, actually, and that means that SK can't play a Crow or something to counter out the Max, and I actually kind of saw this coming. As soon as I saw the M's, I sensed that Max was going to be a good combo for this brawler. Only problem is going to be that Max will be outranged and will have a pretty significant difficulty dodging out Bonnie, or even if SK decides to like play a Stu at mid, it'll be difficult for Max to dodge out those shots and not give supers to the enemy and not get shut down before she can get her first super.
Yeah, I do like Max here. I think it's a decent idea. I just wonder whether, I don't know. I mean, sometimes Max can work better in mid here, to be honest. But I assume they're going to have Max in lane. So it just feels like a little bit maybe of a conflict between the two. Yeah, actually, no, Gugu's going to go lane. Okay, so M's lane, Gugu mid, Kevin already low as Guille just continuing these shots into the mid, and that's a good start for SK. They look like they are having the time of their lives right now. Obviously, the lack of maneuverability speed there from Bonnie, from Guille, but slowly but surely gets the goal. 30 seconds only gone on the clock, and that was looking very convincing for me.
All right, well, let's see what Soda Bresa is able to do on the right side. He is getting zoned out pretty hard by iChaos, and that is going to be the primary thing that is hurting him so far. Guille also looking for any possible pinches. Kevin might be more of a target for pinching on the left side. Those sandbags are going to be good for mitigating the progress of Semantic. There's a wall break and a good reflected ricochet kill around the left side for Kevin, but it does open things up for Guille to start defending the left side as well. A jump in from Guille. Kill. Also, that supply drop is going to be going away, and the ball gets cornered by SK. They know very well that they can play defense. They can just continue to back up and back up and back up and pump out loads of firepower, but here comes the speed, and Soda Bresa not going to be able to get the kill actually on iChaos. He positioned himself against the wall so that Friendzoner couldn't do much, and this push is actually going to be completely stymied so far by SK, and they'll get to sit in pretty aggressive positions, but really their goal is to back up slowly and defend.
Yeah, this is SK's normal strat. I don't know how much of a fan I am of it, but I don't blame them to do it. I mean, there's literally no need, if you've got the lead, to do anything other than just control the situation for the entire time. But let's see. Some aggression goes a long way here, and FaZe were making a decent push until their Kevin went down. But ultimately, yeah, it's down to FaZe to get the ball out of the pocket, and right now, SK is just going to keep doing this rinse and repeat, hold the mid, and just keep buying time.
And I don't really see a whole lot of potential for FaZe to make it to the enemy side unless we see a max speed combined with an M super, but FaZe have neither, and there might not be enough time for them to pick that up and advance to the enemy side. But we do see SK actually really flexing to the pressure, and down goes Gugu as well. Soda Bresa with the super in, that's not really going to find much value, and the final super from iChaos as well. That is going to be SK actually bringing themselves to match point, I believe.
Yeah, that is it. Match point for SK. Yeah, and
it just
again,
doesn't feel. Like yeah, like it should have been that fast. I don't really believe it. It feels like it went so fast, Dark.
No, I mean, I feel like it goes fast when they get the comps that they kind of want and enjoy with. I feel like the drops they've managed to land have been the ones that they've wanted for sure. Bonnie, they've been pretty consistently with the bans for, and finally landing it in a map where she can work very, very well and have both strong mid and also like a strong support on the lane side as well, should be able to go in with that super. Definitely SK though, turning it around very, very quickly compared to how we saw them starting out the day, and looking much more like they thought themselves.
All right, well, let's see what Kevin's capable of on the right side, because he is facing versus iChaos this time. And so far, it doesn't seem to be going much differently than it was for Soda Bresa. Kevin is still going to get tagged up by some of these tricky shots from iChaos. He's not just going for the direct hits. He's also lining up his shots to land on the fence post to get some area where no one can walk through as well. Guille also going to be getting some damage versus Kevin. A good pinch between Guille and iChaos. On the left side, we'll see Gugu trying to advance towards that ball, but that gets shut down as well. It just doesn't seem like SK will allow the enemy to get comfortable absolutely anywhere. And iChaos is actually getting amazing shots. He will get the kill on Kevin as well. This right side is locked down, and there's not much room for FaZe to move around.
Nice tap from Semantic. Yeah, though has been forced to heal in this position here. I think he's got one more gadget remaining now in the mid. And the pressure coming in from Chaos as well. On the right. Now he's super into the mid, forcing both Soy and Gugu to the right. Jump in from Guille, but I think earlier Guille's jumping was a little bit overshot as well. That time looked a little bit better for me. This should be a goal here. Semantic tries to thread the needle, but does not manage to do it as Gugu comes off the spawn. That could be a moment that SK look back on and think they could have done better of it. Let's see now, though, as they continue this pressure. Gugu's so low on his right-hand side now as well, and this could be a perilous position if they... Oh, nice touch from Guille again. And these squeak shots just forcing him onto the left. This should be a goal here for SK, I feel.
Well, let's see. Gugu is going to get taken down. A nice pass over to Symantec. It is going to seal the deal. That is going to be the first goal of this game. And we'll see if Kevin's able to super in quickly enough. Gugu will be able to pick it up, but he has no super, so Bryson needs a super in order to slow things down. We got to see a team kill or something, but SK won't let them have the room. Here could be the moment. A speed in, maybe a combo with a gadget. Doesn't look like it. A team wipe for SK, and that is going to be their victory, their first victory in SPS so far. So congratulations to SK, and hey, better luck next time for FA Siege.
Nicely done. Yeah, nicely done. It was a grudge match opportunity, really, for FA Siege, because it did go back to the Open Finals 1, where the exact same scoreline, by the way, was the case. And I think that was the game that SK actually qualified for the challenge season from, and forcing FA Siege down to the lower bracket for. Yeah, much better from SK today. Kind of what we expected them to start with, really, yesterday a little bit. But FA Siege had a little bit of a glimmer, which kind of, again, was like feeding away from that day one. So they performed fantastically well there. But today looked a bit more to what we kind of expect to have seen, for me at least anyway. And yeah, SK just sort of adapted and learned from the mistakes along the way as well.
Well, here we get some replays as well. I mean, look, when it came down to Brawl Ball, this was pretty much domination by SK. That absolutely found their stride, and it didn't seem like FA Siege could figure out how to penetrate it, especially on the right side. We saw iChaos with lockdown Squeak gameplay for the entire game. I was a little bit surprised just at how dominant it was as well. Squeak isn't a brawler that can pump out a ton of DPS, but we saw in the same go, FA Siege retreating from that side, also getting hit by the same exact attacks that they were trying to get away from. So pretty much nothing was won from any sort of interaction on the right side, and we just got to hand it to SK for some good control when it came down to that last set.
Great deal more damage there from SK as well. I mean, just they look so much more in control, really, to be honest, over there for Siege. Very similar amounts of heals on both sides, but yeah, that is quite the score lines. SK just seems to be doing a great deal better, just like not conceding damage, but also dishing it out at the same time. So yeah, just a general all-round good day for them realistically here, and kind of what they needed to have really on day two. If they'd taken a second loss here, it would have been a really dangerous start actually to their challenge season. So a much needed win for them today, and one that which they'll be yeah, very thankful for as well.
Yeah, I would have been really concerned for SK if they had taken a loss here today, just because we've seen such great stuff from SK in the past, and we have some pretty clear-cut expectations for them. Like, yeah, SK, they can have rough days, they can have off days, they can face some pretty tough opponents as well, and that will account for a loss. But when FA Siege comes out here with a Carl pick trying to surprise people, succeeds in set number one, I won't lie, I was beginning to get a little bit nervous. Maybe we'll get to see later what exactly FA Siege was thinking with the Carl pick, because they had first pick and they didn't ban Carl, they picked Carl. But when they had second pick, they banned Carl. So maybe they saw SK like running Carl in scrims. Maybe someone has someone on the friends list and was spectating. I guess we'll never know. It's all up to speculation, but hopefully we get to see in the next few match days if that Carl reappears once again.
Yeah, I've got to be honest, that Carl pick, I'm still not sold on. I kind of want to hear more, though, from the community around where Carl is at in the meta, and I want to keep a firm lookout. I enjoy Kevin playing it. There's nothing about that, no doubt in my mind. Anyway, Dogster, Lobster and Team Queso up next, guys. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to Real or Fake. Here's how it works. The player is given a prompt that contains information from Brawl Stars. The player then decides whether it's real or fake. If the player decides that it's fake, the player has to point out which part of it is fake. Points are awarded for correctly identifying the prompts. Let's see how they did.
So hello everyone, my name is Gugu and I'm a player from FA Siege. Fake. That's fake. When you said the bullet follows the enemy. Oh, I thought. Wait. Am I wait. The real one is when you gadget, is gonna go straight forward the enemy. I mean, it's gonna follow him, so it's real. Okay. Yeah. Real. That's real though, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, that's real. That's real. Real. Oh, okay, alright. Okay, that's fake. It grows the cactus that we've not 750 HP. It's 100 HP. Oh, okay. Okay. No way. I don't know my game. Real? Oh, the name is fake. I don't know the names of the gadgets.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series of Brawl Stars. We're in day 2 of the EU and MENA region of our challenge season, and it has been quite the memorable one so far. Day 2 underway so far. We had SK Gaming pick up the win against FA Siege. Dogster Lobster up next, up against Team Queso. This again is a bit of a grudge match, as we saw these two teams face off in the Open Finals 2 first stage, and it was a big 3-0 sweep in favour of Team Queso, but Dogster Lobster were able to creep their way forwards later on in that game, or that day rather, to make it to the challenge season. These are two very interesting teams, Teddy. We have Team Queso, who were big underdogs last year, but just continued on to build up themselves into like the BSC, into other esports scenes. And Dogster Lobster this year kind of seemingly that same role that Team Queso had last year, right?
Yeah, very much so, and I think it's very interesting you phrase it up like that as well, because I feel like Team Queso, the moment where they got to a point where they were no longer underdogs, is not somewhere they stayed at very long. They started kind of struggling from there on, and now quite a bit of question marks in my opinion on the team, as I feel like they've been underperforming a little bit lately.
Well, if you're less familiar with Team Queso at home, let's take a look now at their roster. Again, that never gets old, that animation. Rubber Blacksea, alias SJ, and Javi had a flying start yesterday against Epic Baguette. Big 3-0 for them, so looking to continue day 2 and end day 2 as they started day 1. Just looking very, very strong at the moment, as we fully expected realistically to see creeping up slowly on the #1 seed in the EMEA region in the BSC, but they are still nonetheless very, very good at the moment. It's very much a team that you just cannot underestimate in any way, shape, or form. But Dogster Lobster yesterday, they took down Tribe Gaming EU, and they are the #1 seed in the EMEA region for the BSC. So, I mean, with that in mind, you know, when we spoke about Dogster Lobster yesterday, we didn't expect that of them. I think it's fair to say. I was hoping that the underdogs would prevail, but I mean, they are also a team at the moment that we just we got to take seriously, right, Ready Set?
No doubt. I mean, I'm a little scared of Dogster Lobsters at the moment. They came in as sort of this unknown enemy to this level of the scene. They finally graduated to this level of competition, and they started off by taking down Tribe Gaming EU, and now they have to face versus Team Queso. And I think we had some doubts maybe about where Tribe Gaming EU stood, so it is a little bit puzzling to see where does Dogster Lobster stand among these, but the numbers say they are #1 seed, and we'll see if they're able to keep that versus Team Queso.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. I really look forward to these moments because, you know, a team like Dogster Lobster can just kind of take our expectations and just kind of like throw it in the trash. And I quite like that. I like to be proven wrong. And I like, you know, hungry, new, fresh teams to come to the limelight and just say, do you know what? Like, we're going to show you, like, why you've been underestimating us, why we are capable and are able of greatness. And, you know, the squad themselves have developed quite the fan following off the back of personally and thoroughly deserved. I'd love to see them go all the way and make it into the playoffs, but again, we're at day 2. There's still a very, very long way to go. But predictions in mind, I guess we should probably talk about where we think this one's going to go. I mean, I'll start things off. I feel like Queso should take this win. But after yesterday, after watching how they played against Tribe, I mean, you know, was that just a bit of an off day for Tribe? Plus, you know, Lenan joining the roster and it being a bit up in the air, trying to find their synergy, their footing in that respect. Or are Dogster Lobster just right now on an absolute tear? And are they going to get this win over Team Queso? I'm going to say Team Queso should get this, but I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you think, Teddy? What do you think?
I think it's a bit of a mix of both things you were just saying, right? But I feel like, you know, the gap is small enough between those two teams right now that I think Dogster might just do it. They lost the last time they played against them in Split 2, but different conditions, right? In a LAN setting for the first time for the Dogster players, and was an emergency sub as well. I feel like they stand more of a chance this time around, and I'll go for Dogster.
Well, ready, set. I want to leave this one with you guys to cast, but you can let the stream know what your predictions are as well. But I'm going to wave goodbye to you until the next game. How's that?
Yeah, sounds good. I believe in Dogster Lobster supremacy too. At times it does feel like me and Teddy versus Ark. We'll see if that continues, but yes, Dogster Lobster, I think they got a pretty good chance, and I gotta agree with you, Teddy. I feel like the gap is small enough to where I could take a bit of a gamble for a team that I haven't seen as much consistency from. We'll have to see how it starts off though on Flaring Phoenix. The bans are already out from both teams, and we actually see the ban of Bonnie and Janet, not too surprising. Also the Eve ban, get rid of those guys out the window, and a first pick actually of Tick from Dogster Lobster, which it seems to happen when all the throwers are available. You just got to go for the best one for the job, and on Flaring Phoenix, it's always going to be Tick.
Yeah, the risk with an early thrower pick like that is that you'll have a Brock that his main purpose is going to be to open up that map as much and as quickly as possible, remove any of those walls that Tick really needs to be viable. Joined up with obviously a Belle or other sharpshooters to have that, you know, big advantage of the long distance brawlers with the open map. Gene is going to be the follow-up pick from Dogster. I like where they're going so far, as obviously there's not going to be too many sharpshooter options anymore, with both Belle and Brock being picked out by Team Queso. So I'd say something, yeah, maybe like an Amber could be nice for Dogster. Or I wouldn't even necessarily mind a Max or Lola. We'll see what they actually do.
Amber's a really specialized pick. Yeah, there's the Leon, actually, which I find pretty interesting. I mean, that'll be a good accessory for the Jean. That'll allow him to consistently fire up those supers. The thing is, though, that Team Queso, with their current picks, can stay pretty much out of range of that pull, so they won't have to worry too much about it, but they won't really be able to deny Jean the pull either, so if things close in with the poison, then Jean is pretty much guaranteed to have a pull by then. I think Jean is also going to be a deterrent against any other throwers, and we won't see any other throwers, actually. There's going to be the Lola, who has a little bit less range, but should still be able to do the job pretty well. She has that ego that can tank for her as well with freeze frame. Of course, once the poison clouds close in, everything prior to the poison clouds closing it into a very small square is just preliminary, right? And whether you get your super or not is pretty much a indicator of whether your team will win or lose the actual round of knockout once that square is closed in.
Yeah, I like the Lola a lot because it's going to be good at those late games and closing out the rounds where Belle and Brock are a bit too squishy to be very consistent in those final engagements. So I like where they're going with that, and it's going to be a challenging comp to run, I think, for Dogster. Because the further you get into those rounds, the less walls there's going to be for how to win to utilize. But that's the problem, because they actually want those later stages. You know, as they have a Leon, they have a Jean, brawlers that do pretty well in those conditions, and that's going to be their way to close the distance. So I'm not entirely sure if this is something that is going to be entirely functional so far. They're doing all right. They have a bit more map control, but a lot of walls have already been removed on how to win lane. He overextends, is trying his best to stay alive, and he does succeed at it for a little bit until he does eventually get taken out. Shaku trying to get the trade onto Javi. Does get it, actually.
Wow, I'm actually very, very impressed. That was a threading the needle moment. It was going to be so difficult to get that. Unfortunately, they do get entirely shut down by Blacksea on the Lola. It seems like Lola got, what, 2 kills during that last game? As soon as I saw her get her super, I had a feeling that this one was going to be a done deal, because she's so difficult to take down once she has the ego up, especially when she has freeze frame active as well. And when your opposition is Jean and Leon, they're not going to be able to shoot you through that attack. Once more, we actually see How to Win overextending a little bit and getting surprised. Those bushes do reach pretty far into the enemy side, and that has to account for why he did get surprised the way he did. Blacksea's running that speed gear, which makes a game a lot less predictable when you have it active, and we can see exactly that on the left side. Now it's a 2v for the entire game, actually, so it'll be tough for Dogster Lobster to extend this round into the next one, but it's not impossible. Not yet.
Yeah, very challenging, though, as the ego was placed down by Blacksea, and that's going to be a freebie onto Shaku. Only Kanan left alive, goes for a bit of a crazy pull, and yet doesn't even get the kill with that one. First round going the way of Team Queso. A good start on their side, and honestly, just from, you know, a first glance on the draft, I already had somewhat of a feeling that I would, you know, be leaning more towards the Team Queso comp. But I mean, you know, if How to Win extends a little bit less on the tick, especially in the second round, as you know, he's obviously going to be lane swapping, right? Because the Brock is going to remove all the walls on that side, use all his gadget for that right hand side. But yeah, they got to capitalize more of that and try to, you know, make the most out of the little walls they have left.
Even so, Tick does outrange both of these brawlers, so it wouldn't shock me too much if he decided to keep on pushing forward. We'll see LASSJ continue to move forward on the right side, and there's no one to keep him away, so it's just going to be How to Win versus him. And there's a big wall break, actually, from LASSJ, and that's going to severely cripple Jean, actually, even though the purpose of Brock isn't necessarily to take down those specific bushes versus Jean. It's still going to be a great asset to have. Typically, you'd see this kind of thing done by Amber, and when you're able to counter out Tick and you're able to fulfill Amber's responsibility of burning down bushes in the same go, that's pretty good value for the pick. We will see a couple of trades here, though, and we'll see if How to Win's able to get the close-range victory versus Blacksea. It does look like it this time, and already a good adaptation by Dogster Lobster. They're playing the Leon a little bit more aggressively, which is going to prevent Blacksea from getting that ego practically for free. How to Win is also playing a lot more defensively, which makes sense because he operates well from long range and he doesn't have much health to work with.
Yeah, he is gonna stick this time around to the same lane. No swap, just like the previous game. As he does have a fair bit of range on the tick. Does need to be careful as there's a bit of a two-shot potential. A 1-for-1 trade, and I have to say Dogster have been doing a really good job with those trades. Often losing a player first on their side before they find a kill of their own. But getting those trades is what, you know, doesn't completely rule you out of the round. Even in those crazy situations, a nice pull from Canaan opens things up, and now suddenly we go from what could very much have been a 3 versus 2 to a 2v1 in favor of Dogster.
Unfortunate prediction there by Ale SSJ, firing a super to the left instead of to the right, where it surely would have actually hit absolutely everyone, but probably wouldn't have won the round regardless. Would have been a close one, that is without a doubt. And with that game victory, that's going to bring us to 1-1 within this set. So we've already seen an adaptation after game number 1 that yielded success for Dogster Lobster. Let's see how Team Queso fires back.
Alright, well, no lane swaps once more. Remove some walls on the left side with his gadget, but doesn't get the most value out of it, as there is a box that still stands. Blacksea trying to push forward a little bit. Everyone in those early stages is trying to get some supers to carry over to the later stages of that round, and as you said, that is a massive advantage when they do. So far, it seems like both teams are not making the most progress, playing it safe and playing max range. Oh, never mind, that's a big kill, yeah, big overextension from Xiaku, but instead of getting punished, that's a nice opening kill, and a 3 versus 1. Blacksea is gonna be staying in the gas, trying to go down without feeding any supers. And this is a really good start for Dogster. They have a gene pool as well of the band that could be big.
And that could combo well with Leon's close range capabilities, but I don't think Xiaku's really going to have that opportunity, or maybe he won't even choose to take it. Blacksea on the left side is probably going to be his primary target, but it's going to be a tough one to take down by himself. Cannon's going to be hanging out towards the edge of this lollipop drop. It's not the last one either, so that's absolutely fine for Leon to throw down another. We'll also see on the right side, pretty good control here by How to Win, as Javi and Ale SSJ are being kept at just enough range for Canaan to possibly get a super in here and pull Blacksea. Thing is, he does need to get the ego out of Blacksea first. Otherwise, he'll be pulling an ego and totally wasting a pull. And that poison will be probably closing in pretty soon. Good kill there on the right side by Xiaku. And this is a 3v2 now. I think Dogster are slated to win this one. Never mind. Javi gets a kill, does miss the super though. It is getting very, very close in the last few seconds.
Yeah, Blacksea in a 1 versus 2. Canaan has a pull as well, and surely they close this one out. They'll make it a set, beautiful way of doing so as well. A very clean final game. And I prefer the draft from Team Queso, but I have to say, man, that execution from Dogster was just much, much better. Constantly, whenever they're a man behind, there's an instant trade, and that goes such a long way. And when that's not the case, they find some great openings, and Xiaku for me is the one that really needs to be mentioned on that Leon. Able to find a lot of openings left and right, especially in those crucial rounds.
I was kind of waiting for that too. I know you're a big fan of Leon, but especially after seeing Xiaku play it, I am too. He played it beautifully. He was able to operate really well when he had that super. He knew just when to get in close range, but also he was able to line up those shots beautifully at long range, and he didn't succumb to the pressure either. There were points where if he did not hit every single one of his shots, then he could kiss goodbye to his opportunity to eliminate an enemy player early on, and he nailed it every single time. And that's the kind of consistency that we need to be seeing from Dogster Lobsters, because I think that's one of the main claims to fame for Team Queso in this matchup. That's one of the main things that gives them a leg up over this roster, is that they are very consistent, and now we're starting to see the same thing from particular players of Dogster Lobster.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, great work from Dogster. As I said earlier, everything pretty much on point, you know. I think the main factors for me in winning those knockout games are getting trades on those early kills, having supers for the later stages, and finding openings. And they did all three just far better than Team Queso. And it took a little bit for them to really, you know, get warmed up after that first game that went south for Dogster. But once they, you know, got a little bit more confidence and started having Xiaoku just going crazy on those long-range Leon beams, yeah, they made it work very, very beautifully. But we'll have to see if Team Queso can turn things around here in the second set, as we'll be moving to Hard Rock Mine in Gem Grab. And we already got a Crowbow and a Penny ban set for the side of TQ. Dogster banning out the Rico, Janet, and Bonnie.
I'm wondering what this Eve is going to mean for Dogster Lobster. As Team Queso picked it first, and Dogster Lobster, they don't seem to be phased too much. They run the Gene, which does have a lot of issues versus any kind of like spawnable that can get in front of you. And then Stu, which has the exact same problem. And it's not going to get any easier for Dogster Lobster. In fact, we'll see the Colonel Ruff's pick there by Team Queso. So I think we see a couple of brawlers now that are going to give Stu a hard time. I'm slowing down because we see the Carl, which was one that appeared very unexpectedly in our first match of the day. And now here it comes from Team Queso. And Dogster Lobster, I mean, they've kind of decided not to play counter to anything Team Queso has chosen so far. In fact, they've willingly let themselves be countered, and they only have one pick left to try and tie this together and perhaps play counter to Team Queso. Though at this point, I don't really expect it.
Yeah, well, I would say maybe something like a Sandy with Surge is going to be their decision. Actually, interesting. Not necessarily a brawler that does the best either against the spawnables or sandbags. So, I don't know. I'm not the most convinced by this draft from Dogster, but honestly, I mean, I prefer TQ's draft in set 1, and then that didn't stop Dogster from still taking it. So, we'll see if the execution once again can make the difference. But yeah, I'm assuming it's an Eve mid then for Team Queso, which I don't necessarily mind. I do personally prefer the Gene, but I feel like on the lanes, there's just a really good opportunity for Team Queso to be dominant. We'll have to see how it actually goes down as we are jumping into our first game of Gem Grab. Be trying to go for those gems, but gets greeted by a couple tags and doesn't want to feed any more of Kanan's super.
At this moment, Dogster Lobster has me kind of wondering, like, is it overrated to have a brawler with a penetrating attack to deal with spawnables? Because, especially with Eve, they're not going to necessarily be concentrated in one area. With Ala SSJ on the roughs, they are, but still, you're not confining yourself to having a brawler specifically on that lane in order to have a penetrating attack for an ability that can only be used 3 times per game and is relatively useful. Pretty interesting blind pull there from Kanan. It almost connected onto Ala SSJ. What I think is even more impressive is, so far, I mean, Dogster Lobster aren't remarkably behind. I say that as they do hand a few gems over to the enemy. So far, though, Xiaoku actually is still hanging on to the level 1, but hasn't prevented him from walking up and getting very up close and personal with Team Queso so far. Quick dispelling of those hatchlings, or rather the super turret from Hobby. And here's the Super 4 by Black Sea, but I think How to Win will be able to do pretty well in this matchup. As that happens, though, Hobby is able to pick up the 8th gem, and just 2 more are needed for Team Queso to start a countdown.
Yeah, I do actually like the Stu and Gene to have that movement speed that's going to help you get pulls and such. What Kanan had was that crazy blind pull, which was a bit of a waste of a super. That's going to be the countdown now, starting off as Javi found the 10th and final gem, and the only way to interrupt it is through finding a kill onto him, and that is going to be challenging, especially as we have that trade go through on the top side of the map, and surely this is going to be game for Team Queso. I don't know, man. You know, Shaku getting his super in the last 20 seconds of the game, that's when he finally unlocked that second surge stage. Just seems way too late for me, especially as the last pick. You know, if it's the first pick surge and you're getting countered, like, it happens, right? But in this case, it was their last pick, and it did not have the impact you'd expect from a last pick.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the mentality is here, but hopefully Xiaku's able to show us why exactly it's happening. For the time being, though, he will be able to get some damage onto Ale SSJ, or maybe it was just How to Win popping off and getting a ton of damage as well. So far, though, Xiaku won't be able to claim that level 2 just yet. He will be kind of compensating for the speed by walking around the speed turret, but I would say it's an educated decision by Team Queso to not get too close to that speed turret. Though they will have to get close pretty soon here if they want to pick up any gems for themselves. Javi only has one so far. Xiaku also does have his level 2 for a few more seconds and won't be able to capitalize on it. No damage on a Black Sea either. Javi will have to expand a gadget to get one of those gems, and here comes the turret as well. Good pull! And Xiaku will be able to get his super off of that. Maybe that's the mentality. Cannon gets a pull on just about anyone, and Xiaku is able to get a free super off of it and then get his level 2. But it didn't work in the first game. They might even be just lucky that it's worked so far in game number 2.
Yeah, so much damage onto Javi. They pushed him all the way back, but I agree. I do like this synergy that is not necessarily the most like straightforward to understand on this comp from Dogster. But I mean, Kaden missing another pull here, and those I feel like you need to hit in those intense situations, especially when it does still kind of feel like an out comp. They need to connect, and they need to connect more consistently than How to Win on the hunt, but Javi has his final gadget to jump back to safety. No more left though, so he can't overextend too much, and Gene Pools will be scary in that situation, but they've got them pushed up all the way back in their spawn. How to Win goes down, and so far things are not looking half bad for Team Queso. They just have so much more control.
And I think I gotta hand it to the hatchlings on this one. Every single time Javi uses a super, it is an immense cost for Dogster Lobster. That countdown is going to get interrupted, actually, as Kanan picks up the 10th gem for his team. Xiaku gets eliminated. Black Sea might be able to get this. No, how tragic, actually, as Kanan goes down as well. And How to Win, I don't think we'll be able to clutch this up. It does look like he gets converged on by the entire team, and Javi just needs to pick up really one gem here, but he won't be able to do that just yet. But there's not enough people to pick up gems. Perhaps not. No, actually, the buzzer beater, too, as the 11th gem is picked up, and How to Win picks up 2 gems for himself. As long as he's able to bob and weave and dodge and leave mid, I guess, he will be able to help claim this one for Dogster.
Yeah, is there gonna be yeah, there is a gem. I was gonna say I miscounted for a second, but it's tied up. I don't know how Dogster managed to extend the set to this stage in the first place, but they have, and now they do need to be careful because soon we are gonna have our final gem spawning in just a second. But the control, oh, the gems were picked up actually. Ale finds 2 on the left hand side, and a nice elimination. Surely that will close things out here for Team Queso to take this set. But man, that going a little too dangerously close, I want to say, because I feel like Team Queso, they should have had that, like, you know, any day.
Yeah, I'm still confused on the draft. What exactly was going on there? It did seem to me, though, that Dogster Lobster was actually pretty dominant until the first set of hatchlings came out. It seemed that every single time some hatchlings came out, it was a Dogster Lobster forfeit of mid, because it didn't seem like there was much that they could do. Every single member of that roster was having difficulty with expending ammo. In fact, I think like 2 or 3 ammo on each of those hatchlings. It's enough to shut down an entire team. And when they were able to deny the super to Javi, then they seem to be doing a whole lot better as well. Javi basically got to decide which way this matchup went. And simply by deciding to get his super, I guess by deciding to play, right? It just felt a little bit free for me with the Eve in play. And that's all I gotta say about it, honestly. I think it was very free once the Eve was picked and nothing was done to do anything about the Eve.
Yeah, I think like I genuinely enjoyed this come from Dogster, but I think it was one of those cases where they had a game plan, and you know, no matter what Team Queso threw at them, they just stick to it. Except they needed to adapt. They needed something else in the Surge, I think, to have just a little bit more of a fighting chance. And no matter how much I like their comp, a comp is only gonna be, you know, good in certain situations and against certain matchups. And in this situation, I feel like they needed to go off the books and, you know, try to improvise a little bit more with their draft, as I feel like they were very limited with, you know, the option they went for.
Beautiful play as well, especially from Stu. That was just off the charts dodging ability from me that at points did save the game, but I think it was held back as well by the synergy between Surge and Gene not really being able to come to fruition because they were both pretty outranged. Surge, I think not the player on Surge, but Surge as a brawler was sort of the weakest link in that comp. I'm not sure what kind of synergy would have been there otherwise, what kind of brawler duo would have been there, but I think if Surge had been removed from the equation, it could have gone a lot more smoothly for Dogster Lobster and could have perhaps resulted in at least one game victory. That one's behind us though. It's on to Hot Potato for set number 2. We're standing at 1-1 within the match score. And here are the bans so far, a double Penny ban, which I don't really have any complaints about. Penny, she feels very, very strong. Even with an emergency nerf, she feels very strong, Teddy.
Oh, definitely so. She's in a very, very good place. And it's nice to see that, you know, change in the meta. As I feel like, you know, she needed a pretty big rework to be relevant. But now she is a threat, and in modes where she was already, like, you know, no, I wouldn't necessarily say viable, but brawler that you would see at times, it's really, really good. And I like what I'm seeing this time, though, from Dogster. Sure, Sandy is not, you know, your more traditional hot potato pick, but it is going to be a good counter to those 2 brawlers from Team Queso, which, you know, at least we're seeing that adaptation this time around from Dogster, respecting that draft from Team Queso and saying, okay, this is not what we expected you guys to go for. We'll have to deal with it, and this is our answer to it.
Ooh, and here comes the BB last pick. She's very frustrating to deal with on this map, and sometimes you can feel pretty helpless playing into her because there are a lot of walls to mess with here. It's going to be difficult to hit her around walls as well, especially since Barley is not an option since Dr. Lobster have banned it out. In fact, if you take a look at the brawlers that they're playing, they would all have some pretty significant difficulty versus Barley, so I gotta say that's a good couple bans there. Even on the Dynamite, they don't want to give any options to Team Queso. Here's the primo response from Team Queso. And I gotta say, that's probably the second best tank that you can run here, but it doesn't really have what BB has, which is this ability to heal herself and also this shield that's gonna be present for pretty much the entire time she's making her way over to the enemy side. Really, the only thing that can stop her is like the Lola at mid, but even so, you have other options to play around with. You have Colette that's going to be dealing so much damage versus Lola's Ego. You have Sandy that's going to be able to fare pretty well versus Colonel Ruff's Sandbags, and isn't going to really be countered out by too much, maybe except for an El Primo that is as fast as him and can get a free super from taking damage from him.
Yeah, a lot of aggression already. One of the things I think might just make the difference in this set as well is going to be the fact that the Colette has a better matchup against the Primo than the Lola does against the BB. So that can definitely go a long way in turning things around here for Dogster Lobster after that tough second set. We'll see though, as Kanan is getting melted down so far. Does get close to the save. We'll get a couple of taps. It is the lead in favor of Team Queso, however, as Shaku does have a super. We'll see if he manages to get a nice connection onto Javi in the mid.
I do wonder, Shiaku is dealing some significant damage to that. Here comes the gadget from LSSJ though, and Javi is going to take a lot of damage from Jiaku. Jiaku is basically unharmed as well. As he can on the right side, taking a whole lot of damage, but it is just a distraction from what's happening at mid. How to Win is going to try and take this responsibility, but he is outranged, so it is going to be quite challenging. Now that all those bushes are missing, it's going to be a lot harder for Sandy to do his job, but Sandy's job is pretty much to replace the bushes. So who knows? It feels like a bit of a paradox. I'm weaker without the bushes, but I'm needed when there are no bushes. It's frustrating to deal with, and it doesn't look like LSSJ is even going to be countered too hard since he wasn't even running the sandbags. There's the freeze though. How to Win will find this opportunity to throw it down the sandstorm as well, and Jiaku's going to get some free damage on the safe. Blacksea also gets defended here. and LSSJ has to be taken care of before really anything can be done to the enemy safe anymore.
Yeah, last it seems like Dogster get a little bit of control. Bubble will come in and out. There's that double tag on safe. Now Blacksea does have a super, and it seems like with 20 seconds left, this should be a win for Team Queso. Let's see though, as Shaku gets the super on save. Blacksea takes a lot of damage, but they have a player on that red safe, and I think that should pretty much settle it. As Team Queso will take it in the first game. And man, I feel like the Lola is just such big impact overall, you know? It has maybe not as good of a matchup against the BB as I mentioned earlier, but it still has a pretty good matchup against most of the brawler on the map, and the damage output as well is going to help really capitalize. Once those skills come true, you can just beam down that safe. Your opponents either have to tank a massive amount of damage, or it's the safe that's tanking it, and either way, it's definitely less than ideal.
Yeah, just tremendous range to deal with, especially how to win, I believe. That is so interesting. Is it just me, or are Blacksea and LSSJ syncing up their gadgets? Because it's almost what appears to be happening. I see them all go down at the exact same time. Big moves, though. A double kill here, actually. It looks like, no, never mind. We do actually see Blacksea take down Jiaku, but still a significant amount of damage raining in from Dogster Lobster at the moment. But as the walls continue to break down, How to Win is going to just have that much more difficulty, and the only brawler that we'll be able to see too much happening from is going to be Jiaku. We'll see if he gets another super in here. Yes, in fact, 6,000 damage on the safe, but he gets beamed down by Javi. It just seems that this brawler composition from Dogster Lobster suffers so much the more LSSJ breaks open the walls, and that's most importantly because Javi is able to walk just about anywhere and rain down so much fire on anyone he so desires.
Yeah, that is what I like about the Primo pick, right? It's gonna double down on the destruction aspect that Ale already brought in with the roughs. And so, however, this game is going just so much better for Dogster, but they're not out of trouble just yet, as Javi and Ale are both still buffed up, and that extra bit of damage goes such a long way, especially once those walls are removed. You know, closing the distance is the big challenge, and when you deal this much damage, it's really hard.
Yeah, we do actually see Team Queso getting a team kill here, and here comes the damage from Blacksea to start things off. How to Win will get to throw down a super, but it doesn't look like Dogster Lobster will be able to take full advantage of it. Actually, they're just going to sort of try to get rid of Primo. They're able to do it while they're making their way to the enemy safe. Kanan needs to get good dodges here. Jiaku also has to stay alive this entire time, defend Blacksea just long enough to get his super and get that last bit of damage on the safe. 6,000 more. Just 3,000 left to do to the safe, and How to Win will be there to do it. Great stuff from Dogster Lobster, though it was not an easy journey by any means. I think it's really hard to pinpoint what moment exactly they were able to turn this one around, because it still seemed like Javi on the Lola was doing a tremendous job. We saw so many supers coming in from Colonel Ruffs. If I had to hand it to a single player, I would say Jiaku really turned this one around.
Yeah, I'll agree for the most part. I do feel like How to Win has been very underwhelming on the Sandy so far, which makes sense with, you know, how open the map is after those Primo supers and gadgets, and obviously Ale having that extra destruction factor brought in as well for Team Queso. But he had some really good sleeps in that previous game, and this time around I think he already missed one there. Shaku is so low HP, goes down. Blacksea might even find Kane, and it's close. He just barely survives the encounter. We'll see what he decides to do next.
Looks like Kane is trying to establish some pressure on the left side. We'll see a tremendous wall break actually for Blacksea, targeting Kanan and breaking open pretty much the entire ramparts on the left side that Kanan was relying on. But here comes the portable bush, aka the sandstorm, coming down from How to Win. And we'll see if he's able to generate another super out of that. He's gotten one shot so far, but he's going to need a whole lot more. And he is outranged by everyone on the right side. And Jiaku is going to be the primary brawler for the task when it comes to taking down Primo. One shot sneaks through on the left side from Javi, also to get rid of Colette. And so far, we haven't seen any damage from Dogster Lobster onto that safe. A little bit of damage on the Javi, but still no super for Howdowin and no value at all as Javi gets him taken down as well. This could be the end for Dogster Lobster if they're not able to pull out some new strategy for this game that we have not yet seen.
Yeah, this is going to be challenging because there's so little cover left for them to work with, and the Sandy just doesn't have the range gain, and every time he takes so much damage before he gets up close to anyone. He gets melted down here once again. They get a little bit of damage off that push, but realistically just not nearly as much as they should. And as we are heading towards the final 20 seconds of this game, and they got a 60% deficit.
And down goes Jiaku too. He's going to have just enough time to make it to the enemy side, but it's going to rely on Kanan and Howdowin to open things up for him. Even so, it doesn't look like there will be enough firepower to take it down. And here come the final few hits from Blacksea, and Jiaku's just going to let it happen, actually. He might not have even had enough ammo to take down El Primo. And Blacksea is going to be the star player for this one too. I mean, just pretty much magnetized to that safe, pumping out so much damage, and I think that was the primary issue this time for Dogster Lobster was Blacksea was very effective at getting to that safe despite not having any cover, and I wonder why it was so effective for him, but we didn't see as much firepower for BB on the side of Dogster Lobster. I think I gotta hand it mostly to Lola for having a wide spread with her shots and a whole lot of DPS just by virtue of playing that brawler.
I think the Primo pick was also just really smart because I think the Sandy could have been very problematic, but having that tank that also brings in tons of destructions and ways of reaching the safe as well went a very, very long way, and honestly made a big difference for me on how this matchup would have gone, because if the map wasn't this opened up this quickly, I think Team Queso would have struggled a lot against a Sandy, and honestly Howdowin barely did anything in that set because he just wasn't allowed to do anything with, you know, no walls, no bushes, nothing to work with.
Sandy is kind of a brawler that I complain about a little bit when he's picked because he's been, he used to be really good. He used to be, dare I say, OP, and then he was really, really good. And now he just hasn't really received too many changes for a while, and he's kind of fallen to the background, but it does not get rid of those rose-tinted glasses that people like to look at him through. I think the main thing that holds him back right now is the range. That's got to be pretty much the only thing. And we saw there was only one brawler that didn't outrange him, and that was El Primo, and Sandy was not even really an issue for him. He has so much health that he can pretty much shrug off Sandy and not worry too much about it. That plus he was afforded the, I guess, pleasure of not having to lane versus Sandy by both of his teammates peeling for him. So I don't know if Sandy is going to be such a great option going forward for Dogster Lobster. Hopefully, after the pain of this match, they decide to kind of write it off for this matchup, because so far it hasn't worked too well for them, and I think they might have been able to do pretty well with some other options to, like an IMS or something.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think that, you know, that Primo pick, honestly, I think was very, very clever, because it rendered, you know, potentially Dogster Lobster's most threatening brawler completely irrelevant and just completely out of the equation. Shooting Star is where we are going to be heading next for some bounty action. Gene, Max, Leon bans on the side of Team Queso. Dogster going to be removing Buddy, Piper, and Nani. And I feel like from the bans we see here from Team Queso, we already know that they know exactly how Dogster like to play it, because those are some of their favorite brawlers.
Yeah, I do find this quite interesting, because on the side of Dogster Lobster, if you take a look at the bans, you're like, okay, so this isn't going to be a typical game of Shooting Star. But at least we got, like, Max, Gene, Leon, and then here comes Team Queso saying, how about no? So this is going to be a wild one for sure. This isn't going to be a Shooting Star that we're very familiar with, but you have the 3 bans and 3 draft picks per team to thank for that. So far, just from the outlook of things, I'm liking Team Queso's choices better. We'll see if Dogster Lobster is able to do something creative, especially given that there's no wall break actually on the side of either team, which means that Sprout will have some bushes to operate with. So the shield from the photosynthesis star power plus the healing from Byron could actually be pretty good for Dogster Lobster, but they're going to have to play very intelligently around it, and they'll probably have to deal with Sprout getting pinched very often.
Yeah, the risk for Kanan is going to be Ali jumping on him with that gadget, but he's going to jump away this time as they lost a player and definitely don't want to lose 2 more stars. So far, 1 star lead in favor of Dogster.
Blacksea on the right side is not necessarily outrange, but he won't be able to get as consistent of damage. Oh wow, a beautiful hedge there on the right side from Kanan. We'll see if he's able to generate any shots off of this, or perhaps farm up another one. He will actually have to use the gadget to recover that wall, but not too much of an issue because look at how much the clock has been run down so far. And Dogster Lobster do have a lead by 1 star, though that's not too much, and it's definitely not worth getting comfortable with either, as just a single kill by Team Queso can completely turn this around, and who knows, they'll probably go for that kill just as the clock is starting to run out so that Dogster Lobster have no chance of returning fire.
Yeah, Kanan has been sitting on that wall that he brought back with the transplant gadget for just so long, and he's gonna place it down now, but honestly, not the greatest wall I've ever seen. Shaku is able to buy some time with a clever gadget placement, but they need to be careful because in the next 25 seconds, clock is gonna be running out, and I do feel like there are some options for a final push here on the side of Team Queso as we head towards our final countdown now.
We'll anticipate Kanan will be able to stretch out his last super to great success here, especially on the left side as he's gotten Hobby down to very low health. Xiaku is going to come in and try and get some damage. Ala SSJ finds himself in the crossfire. Just 805 health left. How to win is going to be able to get the kill. There's the healing onto Xiaku as well. And I think this was beautifully defended by Dogster Lobster, and I'm especially amazed with the Sprout gameplay here. I think it's been played very, very well, and also you see just the breadth of those hedges, which you don't really always get. You have to know exactly where to place the hedge, so I think this is a pretty good reflection of some careful practice with Sprout to know just where to place the hedges here, and in a large way, I think that dictated the pace of the game for some of the more important brawlers on the side of Team Queso.
Yeah, I love how they closed out that game, you know, how they just defended off that push. A great timing from Shaku with that super to create space, and how to win at some heals lined up as well to keep his teammates up and running. Seems like they went for the blue star this time around on the side of Dogster and got punished for it as they are behind by 1 star. Team Queso finding the opening kill.
Well, let's see how long they're able to hang on to it. It does look like Dogster Lobster's primary strength last time was defense, so we'll have to see how they do on offense. Here comes the Ego marching in, not going to find much value. Ala SSJ, though, has managed to get a lot of the shots out of those brawlers on the left side. Kanan can slow things down with a hedge, a huge hedge, in fact, and Ala SSJ is going to be forced to use that gadget to get out of there. 1 shot from Sprout would have been enough to take him down. We also see the recovery of the hedge by Kanan as well. That's not going to stop Blacksea from trying to maintain this position, but a single hedge could find him trapped versus the enemy. And here comes sort of the split of the map as well. Ala SSJ is going to have to migrate away. A good recovery by How to Win on the right side too, especially healing up Kanan. And Dogster Lobster will continue to press in on the right side. They just have to find a kill though, and there's only 20 seconds left to do so.
Yeah, hatchlings are placed down as well. Will be taken care of before they spawn, which might actually make a very big difference in this final interaction. 10 seconds left, still only 1 kill in that game. Ali low HP, forced to jump back, but this is perfect for Kanan. His opportunity to shine, gets 2 kills as well, and that is going to be Dogster Lobster taking the set, pushing things to set 5.
Good stuff by Dogster. This is sort of what I was hoping to see. I wanted to see as much gameplay between Dogster and Team Queso as possible. But still, I think Dogster have surprised us with some unexpected stuff that worked pretty well. Team Queso, they play it safe, and they still managed to pull it off. So now it comes down to a set number 5 to determine which is supreme, and also where exactly does Dogster stand within this competition at this moment. Just by reflecting on the last set as well, I think we can see pretty much exactly what I'm talking about. Team Queso, they have some brawlers that they like, and they also play stuff that's pretty safe. Dogster Lobster a little bit more explorative in those endeavors. But I think probably the biggest takeaway from that last set was actually in the pick and ban phase. We saw Team Queso ban exactly what Dogster Lobster would have wanted to play here, and that's not something that we've seen from some of the other teams that we haven't seen as much action from in this region. Clearly, Team Queso has done their background research on Dogster Lobsters.
Yeah, and this was a very complete set as well from Dogster Lobster, because not only do they manage to, you know, defend off when they start things off with the lead, they were able to take it over as well in the next game. And this is one of the things that sometimes happens in Bounty, is you have a team that only needs to really defend, and then it doesn't really show, you know, the full extent of their capabilities because they had the lead from the start till finish of the entire set. In this final game, they genuinely had to work for it really hard, but they were able to make it work. And as soon as I saw that beautiful hedge placed down by Kanan on the Sprout, I just knew that they got it, because they had nowhere to go. They just funneled them into a corner, and that's free shots for the Sprout. No more gadgets on the Eve to jump away. Just a terrible situation on the side of Team Queso, and a really clever draft, I think, and very good execution. Again, Dogster Lobster, I think their drafts are fine. I think their execution is really where they shine, because they actually, you know, just play their brawlers really well.
And that might even be a pain point that can be focused down by Team Queso, because if they're able to dictate the draft and move it away from brawlers that Dogster Lobster sort of has more of their expertise in, then that will totally shift the dynamic from where they were shining in Shooting Star. So far in the draft, Team Queso, they pick up the Carl. I'm still not sure what the deal with the Carl is, but hopefully Team Queso can show us this time. It is the second time they picked it. Dogster Lobster, though, they will actually get to acquire Penny for this matchup. This is going to be an interesting one. It is pinhole punt, right? Usually we'd see brawlers like Crow here, or brawlers that really thrive in the middle bush, and maybe Carl will be up to that task.
Yeah, for me, probably Squeak and Crow are my favorite brawlers on Pinhole Punt, and both being banned out reduce some of the options. I'm a little scared of the Surge, because we didn't really see too much out of it in Gem Grab earlier. But, I mean, you know, it's a different set, different story. You just gotta get to that second stage earlier on. Like, we can't have those situations where Shaku gets his super in the last 20 seconds, and look at that already. Stomp and a half. Ooh. Shaku able to get the ball away just in time. That would have been an early goal for Team Queso. What defense from Dogster, but what a close goal.
Yeah, a move that's been working a lot recently in Brawl Ball is the old, you know, dribble to the backside and pass, like bounce pass to your teammate, and it's been working all too often, and clearly at Dogster Lobster were prepared for this to happen. Though Jiaku really tried to corner this ball to get it out of his grasp, was not enough, in fact, Blacksy was able to take him down, though now all three of them are ready to go out here. Problem is that Team Queso has locked down control of mid. There's no wall break for any of these brawlers, unless you count Penny, if she's still gonna be breaking anything open, though I highly doubt it. And this actually is an interesting move here by Dogster Lobster. A pretty defensive turret, but it's gonna be pretty good for flushing people out of those middle bushes, because as soon as they go into the middle bushes, that cannon will continue targeting the spot where they entered the bushes. It might not be enough, though. Even though Penny is the last one alive, there goes the turret. And actually, it might have bought enough time for the remainder of the Dogster Lobster roster to respawn and come back, but the biggest difficulty for these guys is going to be regaining control of mid.
Yeah, so far, I have to say, man, the Surge, zero impact. Got a second stage at least, but still, I think an underwhelming pick so far. We'll have to see if he's able to shine a bit more later on. Getting the third stage can go a long way on this map as you want the distance.
Man.
But oh my goodness, what a beautiful play from Blacks. He gets the timing on the gadget and able to slot it in to avoid that tricky overtime situation. Beautiful stuff. There's a final chance here in the next 20 seconds for a play on the side of Dogster Lobster, but it's going to be very demanding to make this work.
Okay, Kanan with a jump in. Blacksea will go down, but Javi remains alive. Jiaku is going to have to be a one-man army here. A pass up to the right side, and they must know that this one's over. They're not even going to try. I wonder why. I guess they just didn't want to waste the effort on it. That is actually going to mean that this game is going to be going to Team Queso, and we're getting dangerously close to a Team Queso victory now.
We are, and honestly, man, I don't know. I love Surge. I genuinely love Surge, but I feel like so far, every time I've seen him, it's been so underwhelming on the side of Dogster, and he needs to pop off because it's a brawler that pops off. You can't stay on stage 1 for this long, and once you get to stage 2, you don't really do any more than you were in stage 1. There needs to be more impact. A nice goal here from Kanan, but still not stage 2, and Blacksea gets the trade anyways. At least Dogster Lobster get out of this very defensive position, but that kill onto Shiaku might just put the pressure on once again.
It seems that the strategy here with the Surge pick is to get to mid and then let the speed gear while he's in the bushes make up for the fact that he is so lacking in speed. Then he can start to work on the level 2, and then he'll have a lot more speed so he can go for a level 3. But he has so much mobility with his flying hook gadget that it's not going to be enough to even dedicate your entire team in order to get a Surge into mid. This time Kanan will be able to jump. Also a fantastic goal by Team Queso starts things off. One more goal, and they will have won the match actually. So Dogster Lobster taking this very seriously now. This is like a renewed energy that we're seeing from here. Kanan is going to go down after that super, but he does get to hang on to his level 2 at least.
Yeah, nice positioning for Dogster, but V gets Shaku to one-shot realm. Shaku actually wins that fight. It's going to be traded out. Ale survives off the encounter against Kanan as well. And Kanan is zooming now with the second stage and the speed gear, but still no opportunity to score just yet. And we're heading towards the final 30 seconds of this game.
Kanan moving forward on the left side. Gonna get some damage versus Blacksea. He will go down, unfortunately. We got to see Kanan actually get a jump in where he stays alive afterwards. Otherwise, it's just a trade. And that works in Knockout, but it doesn't work here on Brawl Ball. You got to be there to get some offense. Here comes the last flying hook from Blacksea, though. He's able to generate a kill out of it. A super over to Blacksea, but no slot into the goal just yet. But time is running short. And there's a no Kanan to be seen, and I don't think these guys are going to have the mobility to get it across the court either. A pass up to How to win, perhaps a dream, a super around somewhere, but it doesn't go into the goal, and that is going to be a Team Queso victory.
All right, good stuff from Team Queso as they'll take the 3-2 for this match. A very, very close one going all the way to the 5th set. But again, man, I think, you know, a little bit of a pump up from Kanan on the Surge all the way towards the end, but a little too late once more. And I feel like the Surge pick has kind of let them down so far. And maybe I'm the one that's just, you know, having a bit too much tunnel vision on that specifically. But I feel like they brought it in wrong moment, wrong time for the most part. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like some of the drafts were just a little bit weak on the side of Dogster and made them start some of the sets just on the back foot. For the most part, though, teams seemed fairly evenly matched, and Team Queso had some solid drafts. Not maybe a little more clunky on some of the execution, but with those free games they got with that Surge pick, they managed to make things work very nicely, and that definitely gave them the edge.
That's without a doubt. I mean, Dogster Lobsters, at some points, it felt like they were just choosing a brawler because they wanted to play it without, with without considering, or perhaps actually considering that it was going to be tough to play, but not thinking it was going to have that large of an impact on the game. I don't think that this is sabotage or anything, and I also don't think that this is Dogster Lobster's not knowing that the Surge is going to have a rough time here. I think that they just thought that it would do fairly well, but once they had overcome the obvious obstacles of being outranged and getting past level 1. Unfortunately, that wasn't reality for them, and the other thing to consider is that this is a tough opponent that they were against. Them taking down Tribe EU yesterday was absolutely remarkable, but these things also just kind of happen once in a while, so I'm curious to see where Dogster Lobster goes in the following days, what kind of approach they take to the draft going forward, but for now, it's a GG, and Team Queso are in the lead.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point you just made, Reddy, because this was convincing enough for me from Dogster to consider them as a very, very solid team at the moment. Because not only do they obviously win against Tribe 2 days ago, but now, I mean, going to the 5th set against Team Queso already is somewhat of an upset. So I like what I'm seeing from Dogster. I think some of the, draft needs some fine-tuning. On the side of Team Queso, though, they looked good. They looked solid. There is definitely room for improvement in some of the executions as well, and their drafts were just much more solid, I think, than Dogster Lobsters, and they made wonders of work out of that.
Well, that is a match. That's a ball game, and hey, it was extremely entertaining, but that's only our second match for the day, and we got 2 more coming up for you. Craze Clan versus Tribe Gaming EU is coming up next.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to Real or Fake. Here's how it works. The player is given a prompt that contains information from Brawl Stars. The player then decides whether it's real or fake. If the player decides that it's fake, the player has to point out which part of it is fake. Points are awarded for correctly identifying the prompts. Let's see how they did.
Hi guys, my name is Sinks. I'm the manager of Dogster Lobster. I'd say that's real. I don't know the descriptions too well. That's definitely real. I think that's definitely real. It's real. Okay. I think that's fake. We're the greater portal there. Okay, that's good. Like a smaller, weaker one, I feel like it's a weaker portal. I think that's fake. The health part, I think it's slightly more health. I'm not sure. It might have changed. I'm not too sure. I feel like it's right though. No, if the numbers are right, I feel like it's right. I'm gonna say it is true. Oh. Well, there you go. I should have known that. I should have been listening to Ark's casting. I don't know the names real, but I'm guessing it's true. I think it's true, yeah. Oh, okay.
Tell me who you see when you look straight up, like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you, like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up, like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you, like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series of Brawl Stars. We are, of course, in the EU and MENA regions. We've had 2 out of 4 games today so far down, and we're about to do our next 2 to come. I, of course, Mark, joined by Ready Set and Teddy. I was watching that one from the sidelines, guys. Pretty exciting stuff. Dogster, Lobster. And I thought they were going to take it 3-2, to be fair, but not quite, Teddy. I see you. You're quite upset with that Surge play. You wanted more from it.
Yeah, man. Surge is a brawler that either pops off ridiculously and, he shines. And they made it work, I believe, in Split 2 really nicely. So I get where they're coming from, but sometimes it's massively underwhelming. And today, it was underwhelming, and I don't like seeing an underwhelming Surge.
I feel you, Teddy, I feel you. But one thing I've got to say that's far from underwhelming, in fact, the exact opposite of underwhelming, is Snapdragon Elite Gaming, who, of course, we would not be here without, who have brought so many fantastic organizations and players all into the mix for an immensely exciting competition. And again, not just in Brawl Stars, but in Clash of Clans, in Clash Royale, in a multitude of other mobile titles. We thank you, because again, we wouldn't be here without you guys. So again, the production for the prize pool, for everything, really. We appreciate it. Well, our next game for today is going to be Tribe Gaming up against a Craze Clan. Let's take a look at the Craze Clan roster first and foremost. Well, if you didn't know them already, you know them now. It's Naui, Rama, Meow. And again, this team has had phenomenal success this year, starting to really find their groove in the BSC and also in the Snapdragon Pro Series and pretty much every league that is participating in the Brawl Stars title, in all honesty. Just going from strength to strength and keeping up just a healthy regime, really, of aggressive play, great drafting as well. It's been a long time coming for this Polish team, but one that I am pleased to say are finally really starting to make their mark. Craze Clan have been all over the place, honestly, and I feel like today could also be a better day than day one for them. They went down to FA Siege in a 3-1, so not the best of starts, but a team that I feel will have a pretty decent finish, right, Teddy?
Oh, I'm definitely hoping so. It's a team I really, really like because I respect the grind very, very much that they had to go through to get to this level. It's not like some of the pro players that already back in the days in 2019 were like, playing super high level competitive. Those guys from Craze, they've had a long grind, a long journey to get to this stage, But, I mean, they looked amazing in Split 2. We didn't quite see as much of that in our first playday of the challenge season, but I'm hoping, just like you, that, we see a bit of a better performance today on their end, and I trust them to deliver.
Yeah, but it's going to be no easy feat, that's to say the least. Let's take a look at the Tribe Gaming EU roster. And of course, Lenan being in a slightly different jersey actually today than the one who's pictured in there. But Yoshi, Drage, Tom, and of course Lenan joining the roster as of yesterday, or 2 days ago. It is very hard to not say yesterday when it was in fact 2 days ago since day one. But nonetheless, we shall see what roster is going to take its form today, whether it's going to be Yoshi, Drage, and Tom, or Drage, Tom, and Lenan. Who knows? But either way, what we do know is that Tribe Gaming EU are a fierce team. Not just that, but the #1 seed in the BSC in the AMEA region, so definitely one that we cannot take lightly at all. I think this is going to be an absolute banger ready set.
Yeah, no doubt. This is going to be a very fierce matchup. I think we saw Lena play yesterday, and we saw him play really well, but still, we got to allow some time for some synergies to form between the players of this roster. Now, versus Craze Clan, I don't think there's any holding back, so whether that means really drilling playing with Lena and trying to force those synergies to form just in a couple of days, or whether it means interchanging Yoshi in a little bit more to grasp something that's more familiar, more likened to the success that they've seen earlier on in the competitive season. Who knows? But whatever they decide to try today is going to be whatever has the highest guaranteed rate of success.
Well, Teddy, you know what I'm going to say. Who's going to beat? Craze Clan or Tribe? Who are you putting your money down for?
I think this one is probably the toughest match to call on paper for today. Okay. It's really hard because both teams have been a little bit underwhelming in the challenge season so far, and this is their chance to make up for that. I'm going to go Craze Clan because I feel like, they don't have as much work to do as Tribe have, with Lena just joining in and some of the synergy just not really paying off just yet. I'll go Craze. I think it's the safest bet for this matchup.
All right, well, ready, set. Got to ask you the same question. Like, who are you gonna put it down for? Who do you think is gonna take it?
I'm a believer, man. I'm going to go with Tribe Gaming EU on this one. I think that Drage is a phenomenal team captain, and I think that, he's been sticking with Tom by his side for a very long time. And I think also that Lena, should they play him today, fills about the same role as Yoshi, just on different brawlers, right? So I think that gives them a little bit more flexibility than Craze Clan in what sort of strategies they want to go for, since they have a 4-man roster now instead of a 3-man roster. And I think just with a friendship pre-existing on the team, that it won't be as difficult as things may have looked on the first match day.
Very intense ideas from both sides. I like it. I like all your ideas. Well, let us know your thoughts as well over in the Twitch chat. You can use the polls there as well. Vote for your team of choice. Cast your votes in the Twitch chat and let us know who you're rooting for. Doesn't even necessarily have to be who you're just rooting for. Who do you think is going to win? That's what we need to get to the bottom of. I honestly, I agree with Teddy. This is like a 50-50 almost. This is like probably the hardest one of the day to decide upon, and I'm struggling hard. I feel like it could definitely depend upon the Tribe Gaming roster today, because obviously we saw a couple of teething issues, shall we say, with in regards to that, and maybe it's still early days and that sort of things. Craze Clan to me just looked a bit like not like themselves yesterday, but I feel like on a good day they should be able to take this one as well. So I feel like I'm going to side with Teddy. I'm going to go with Craze Clan for today, but nonetheless, ready set. I feel like you could still be onto something. We are, however, going to say temporary goodbye to you, as me and Teddy are going to take this this match. We'll catch up with you in just a bit. Well, again, as you said, Teddy, these are two teams that, have had a bit of a shaky start. So I think it's only up for one of these two teams here today, at least.
Yeah, that is a good, that's a safe statement, Ark. Didn't take much risk in this one. We'll be starting off with Spinal Punt in Brawl. Already have a Bunny, Janet, Crow lineup of bans for Craze, Tribe, removing Squeak, Stu, and Sandy. And the first pick, Penny. That is something that, you know, we just wouldn't have expected to see before the latest balance changes. And I'm all down for it, man. I want to see some Penny action.
Yeah, it's definitely taken many by surprise. I didn't actually play Penny prior to the nerf today because, again, just kind of resting up. But, okay, well, Craze going to still think that Byron is a worthy choice here. I mean, did receive a recent nerf, so that is to be taken into consideration. A little bit less in the way of healing coming in as a slower attack. But we shall see. I do like the Penny pick here, by the way. I feel like it's could definitely work in Pinhole Punt. But... it has been only a couple of days since Penny's been, you know, kind of reworked in her new form. So, although a lot of people are saying it's very, very strong, it's probably going to take a bit of getting used to at the same time. M's coming in, though, I quite like here. I do prefer to see kind of like a Lola, actually, on Pinhole Punt as well. But M's can work definitely for a mid, for sure. Just leave open some options to try. However, the Crow ban is quite a big one, actually, because they would have liked to have picked that one up. But Russ works for me as well. Leon. Yeah, not as liking as much, but I can still seeing it working. Does that mean that maybe Lenun's playing today? Because he was playing a lot of Leon on day one.
That is possible. I just like how much confidence the Penny pick gives into this draft from Tribe. Because brawlers like Lola, Ruffs, are just not options for Craze facing that Penny. It's way too dangerous to play against. And, you know, Leon, for example, is a brawler that would have been somewhat countered by the Penny as well, because if you get up close, you place down a barrel, that is, you know, a one-shot kill potential. So I like what I'm seeing from this draft from Tribe so far. We'll see the Carl again, which I haven't tried him out since the balance changes. I did play both Penny and Byron quite a bit, and I think they're in a good place still, both of them. I think Byron is still very much viable, not as much of a one-man army as he used to be, but he's still very, very solid in that support role. The Carl, I really liked what we saw so far today from the Carl. However, so far, it seems like Tribe are going to find the first kill, but there's still a decent amount of control for Craze to slow things down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting more sold on the Carl pick, for sure, but not in that kind of first draft position that we saw from FA Siege, to be completely honest. But I can see why it's kind of come into a better place in the meta. I can see it being viable in some areas, and this is an open map for it, so I can understand. I also feel like there's little knockback on the side of Tribe also to consider, so that's going to make Carl even stronger. I mean, depending upon the star power, of course. I mean, if there is Master Blaster on the Penny side, then that does have knockback, and that could then change things also. But the Ruffs, yeah, you got to land that supply drop if you want to knock back the Carl in a super situation. So definitely that could help Craze a great deal with this kind of comp moving forwards. So far, though, Tribe are doing decently on the defense. The Penny turret is down as well and already in a great spot. Lenan is playing on that Leon pick, so let's see how he fares today as well.
And Tom is going to go down. Now he is traded out. 2-on-2, and so far no opportunity for either teams to really gain that much control of that interaction. Meow. Some good damage onto Drage, but overextends a little bit. Will get shut down by Lenan on the left-hand side. Lenan gets spotted. Very good spot from Craze, but a 3v1 now and full-on map control for Tribe.
Gotta say, this Penny turret is disgusting. It really is. I mean, it's just the full brawler for Tribe. They're able just to sit back so comfortably on the defense and just bide their time until they're able to find the momentum to move forwards. Flying hook coming in from Nowie now and a takedown on Thomas Smooth. But again, Craze have got this problem where they have no wall breaker to hand. The best bet they can really have is to get Nowie forwards and maybe pop the super to try to put some damage on this Penny turret. But Drake's got one lined up ready to go yet again. So Craze are going to have to do a team wipe effectively to get this ball forwards or wait for overtime.
So far, no opportunities for Craze. Rama, quite low HP. Tries his best to keep his team's HP afloat as Lenan takes down Nowie once again. Meow is an opening on the left-hand side. That could be the chance that Craze need, but it seems like overtime is going to be the real winner so far.
Ball's in a good spot, but Craze just didn't seem to want to go for it. They want to clearly get some takedowns furthermore. So let's see how they fare here. But Drake with some good consecutive taps and Tom Lowe has to heal up a little bit here, just allowing and baiting Meow into those shots so he can just then heal up accordingly and done. Yeah, good job of that. Let's see though, Drake's got super shot to hand as well. It's a 3 versus 2. Is he going to go for glory or is he going to make the pass? Thomas super now as well, but the knockback is going to be strong. Doesn't even need it. Going to shoot it straight through and Drage then will score the winning goal. First game in the pocket for Tribe, but not the set. This is just the first. That is a very, very good draft by Tribe, I feel. Like, Craze just didn't have an answer. They're going to have to score early on or just, again, get that team wipe or just not feed that penny because the turret just doing so much value and work for Tribe.
I think the turret being fed so much was, for me, the biggest problem because we instantly had that turret up and Meow should be able to slot this one in. Oh, Tom just barely saves it, and that could be very problematic for Craze because they had 0 opportunities to score in the previous game. This one they already have the 1, but it didn't pay off.
I thought that was in. Like, it looked so comfortable. It was just kind of amazing to see that it didn't. But now a much better spot for Craze, who are really trying to capitalize on this situation. Was Tribe low and weak and weary. Drage doing his best to survive on himself, but not going to be enough. Meow now will certainly score this one, and I almost thought that Meow wasn't going in, but it did. 1 minute 40 on the clock. Plenty of time for a response, but that is much better for Craze.
Yeah, definitely so, and I think Meow has been the impact player so far in this game, just present everywhere, so much value. Now he clears up the second player. It's only Lena left alive. He is going to try to keep the ball away, but now he has such a smooth angle with those walls to try to keep him away and remove basically the advantage of usually sitting behind a wall. The dash in from Naui, very aggressive. It pays off. A nice opening kill into Lena. This could be the chance to score as Rama is going to go for the shot, but Tom doesn't quite go down. So he's able to intercept the ball and buy a little bit of extra time.
Land with a nice shot there and gets the takedown whilst now is running super, so that's going to be a wasted super for Craze. 45 seconds. Pushing through now, supply drop goes down, pass over to Drage, turret in a good spot as well, and looking to cycle forwards even more. So if Drage can stay on his feet here, if Tribe can all knuckle down here, then this pony turret coming in surely, potentially, could make a big difference to this outcome. But not much time now left at all, 30 seconds, and Tribe have got to stop to make a play here. They've really got to even up the scoreboard here if they want to stay alive.
Definitely so. Drage getting a more aggressive position in the mid. Does get tanked up by Naui. Now he spots Lena and is invis as well. Trying to get out of there. 10 seconds left, the final chance, but the shot and supply drop on point for Tribe, and they tie things up just before overtime.
Very nicely done, you've got to say. Didn't quite expect it to be so smooth, but clearly something that Tribe got down under the thumbs very nicely so. But the response is strong. Crazy at the moment of tapping shots. So nice little moment now of Drage and Lanel starting to juke these ones out because that's going to provide a big cushioning as Tom is not necessarily having the greatest of times of his life on the right-hand side lane. He's has to go back quite a long way. It's good taps from Naui here. Super coming in, thinking better of it. Hesitant perhaps, but Rama has a super shot. Doesn't go for it though. He wants to put the damage down. That's going to allow Tribe to get the ball clear. And actually, that could be a bit of a mistake on the side of Craze.
Yeah, the ball getting cornered up is just going to dissuade Craze from pursuing any further aggression. As right now, it seems like Tribe might almost be playing for the draw. Another supply drop, buffing up Drage. Turret plays down, and surely now Tribe are just playing for the draw. Craze know that they want to try to punish it, and they'll get a kill. Actually, this is going to be a team wipe, and Craze, they'll get it just about in time.
Really nicely done. Really nicely done. I mean, there wasn't much time on the clock, but you could tell that it was going to be a goal if they were able just to clear them up nice and swiftly, and passing on point, can't really fault it. The question now is, like, you know, going into this last game of Brawl Ball is like, how are Craze going to approach this one? How are Tribe going to approach this one? Because ultimately that turret in that first game did so much on the side of the Tribe. Later on, it seemed like Craze kind of almost caught themselves onto it a bit better and didn't feed into it as much. And then, like, this time round, you know, are Tribe in as much of a position as they were in game one? I'm not too sure. They have to be very cautious in the way that they approach this one.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, Meow with the M's just instantly starting things off with a big advantage for Craze, able to push forwards and get so much control, and that's one of the aspects that I think Tribe need to shut down early on as well. He was, you know, the big enabler in the previous game, got them that early goal. Let's see this time around, as we do have the man advantage once again. Now he pops a super, is gonna use it to reposition ever so slightly and stay in the mix. So far, Craze have good control.
Well, Ball's in a decent spot for trying to defend realistically here if they can just get a couple of shots here and there, get the penny turret. But look how aware Craze are of that penny pick now. Knowing full well from that first game how much it caused a problem. Nice flying hook from Naui as well, and not done there. Gets to take down Tom. Drage, last man standing here, gets the ball to the corner to buy some valuable time for Lennon. Goes to the left hand side, pops the gains the super, doesn't pop it just yet, and that might be a mistake. He's popping it now, but how is he hanging on, in all honesty? That is amazing.
That is some next level map, like just knowing exactly how that interaction goes, and it bought so much time, created so much space for Tribe, as now they're cornering up the ball, trying to slow down the pace a little bit. We're actually already quite deep into this game, and so far it's been all defense for Tribe. They need to find an opening.
Yeah, they've been on the ropes for a long time now, not just in this game, but in the previous one also, as Craze are really starting to work through the comp, like work through the process, and Drage now has a helpful thing to have for Tribe, but now the flying hook again. It's been a while since we've seen Carl, you know, realistically and competitive, so these little plays are quite difficult to sort of remind themselves of like how to go about and the urgency required and needed. But the ball going to be left in the corner here, no goals on either side, so it's going to go to overtime, and that might be exactly what Tribe want under the circumstances. They've been under a lot of heavy scrutiny throughout this entire game.
Yeah, the thing is, they did lose the previous overtime, so I do really admire how Craze managed to turn the dynamic around, but now overtime in and still a man advantage for Tribe is going to help them gain a good bit of map control. Now we're going aggressive though, takes down Tom. 3 versus 2 in favor of Craze. They have a super on Rama as well, going to pop it for burst heal on himself and Meow. So far, no clear winner in this overtime.
Well, no supers around either, and that's, well, now one for Lennon. That would be a good time to do so as well. Looking to bait out some shots, but now Meow fouled him, so... But the heals from Roma have got to be on point here. Realistically, Meow just about staying alive, and a nice gadget there from Drage to allow a lot of splash, but not quite connecting in the way he would have liked. He's got super. Can he go for the shot here? Big load of gap, but didn't go for it. Oh, they tried to time it with the roughs, and it didn't quite work out this time round.
Yeah, nice attempt, but it seems like the defense is going to hold on, or is it actually? Oh my god, no way. That was so incredibly close. Drage ran out of ammo. Just didn't have a shot to pass.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I thought it was a mistake at first, gotta be honest, but I don't think... Did Drage just super? I don't think he did, right? Lennon had super, but unfortunate stuff. Yeah, it could well be they just didn't have the shots available, and painful then for Tribe, because there were no doubt expressing that same idea. We'll get to replay it then, because that's another draw. But yeah, that's a really, really painful way to end for Tribe, as I felt like they had that closing in nicely, but wasn't to be.
I don't think this is exactly where we are supposed to be, but well, who knows? Maybe RZM's big return to competitive.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite in the map pool either. But we'll check the spectate, and it's almost as if RZM knows that we're watching it right now. But yeah, we'll be popping into that game shortly. Tribe obviously in their match right now, so we're going to be heading straight into that. But yeah, this is the last one of, well, unless we get like another replay. I mean, we've had 2 draws now, right, Teddy?
We have. It's been very, very close, and both teams struggling to really, you know, find those openings and playing it very safe as well, because they know this opening set can mean a lot. And so far, seems like it's going to be Craze with just a little bit more aggression, but again, not able to convert it into a proper goal.
They have already achieved to get 1 goal here, so with 1 minute and 15 remaining, can they get second to tie things up, or can Tribe bring this one back? Now he has got super now, but the penny turret will keep him on the move for sure. Let's see now as Tom brings the ball forward. So Lennon's got Invisi-Heal ready to go. Naui, though, is a big problem here. He's been just thriving on the back of this carpet for the entirety of this series. So I think they've really got to shut him down, or try to take down Rama as well, because that is obviously a big healing factor here. But there's a lot of utility on the side of Tribe, and that's in a good goal-scoring position. But can they make it count?
Rage has another turret available. So far, it still has the one on the top. It's in a very defensive position. With those heals from Rama, Meow is staying up for what seems to be an eternity. Good value from him. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. HP-wise, it's quite low on the side of Craze, and this could be the opportunity to score. Supply drop, and the timing is absolutely spot on here from Tribe as Luna slots it in and ties things up again just before overtime.
They've really got this combination of the roughs down so well on the side of Tribe. It didn't work out that last game, but every overtime it has. But now into overtime has not been Tribe's best friend. Let's see how they handle it this time round. Good takedown of Meow, and Rama has to think twice now, forcing the ball into the corner, bottom left. The tap from Rama onto Drage though. Turret goes down, and that is again the full brawler for Tribe. But yeah, very quick attention from Craze onto that turret, as they should. But now Tom gets a bit of a space here. Oh, so that's beautiful. That's a goal. No. Yes, it is. Okay. I thought, oh, was he going to get the knock back in time? But that is going to be the goal-scoring moment for Tribe. They'll take the first set.
Yeah, that was close, but good stuff from Tribe to turn things around there. And yeah, I think you rightly mentioned they put a lot of attention on that turret, and yet it stayed up. And I think that's a bit of a problem there towards the end, because you only have so many shots, you only have so much HP you can tank to move forward and connect the shot onto the turret. And if you go for it and you don't even take it down, and it's just lost value, exposing yourself and putting yourself at risk. And Craze just, yeah, not fully committing to taking down the mortar, and at the same time committing a fair bit of resources to it. I think it's kind of how things went south in overtime for them.
Really lovely rough supply drops goals time and time again by Tribe in the highlights as well. Just really is part of this strategy which they have for this particular draft. And just, I think this one that didn't. There was one that didn't. Every other time it did. And yeah, just really pinpoint precision. I felt like towards the end maybe Craze were going to catch on to that and try to time it better, but very little you can do about it. But look at the difference though in the stats here, Teddy. 119,000 damage by Tribe. A substantial amount more actually from that of Craze. 67%. Well, no, sorry, 76,000 on the healing side from Craze. Much more than that of Tribe. But also much more damage conceded as well, for almost 50,000 on the side of Craze. So definitely more of a daring game by Craze, but Tribe just seems to be a bit more precise in their approach in that one.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned earlier the mortar is almost like a fourth player on the field, and it really translates nicely in the damage here as well. As you know, it's about that 30k difference, which yeah, the turret did a lot of work. It really did, and so far the penny pick seems to be a real threat. We saw it play out, I believe, by Dogster earlier, was no success, but this time around, I mean, it was so impactful in the first game. You know, 10 seconds in already a mortar. What do you do about that?
Yeah, well, this time Craze not taking any chances, it seems, banning out Penny straight away, as well as Bonnie and Janet. I do like that. Bans from Tribe as Sprout, Byron and Piper. A bit more traditional, I guess, in that sense, but picking Tick first. No surprise there, realistically. I mean, that is pretty much Tom's go-to when it comes to this map. Whether it'll be him or not, we shall see. I guess it depends greatly as to whether the follow-up is a Crow. But let's see. The Belle being picked on the side of Craze Clan is one that, yeah, I really quite like here on Belle's Rock. Can get a lot of value, and the way the map is situated can also encourage, or rather a team can enforce those kind of close quarter engagements. So Gene to combine it as well. I don't necessarily mind Gene coming back a little bit more, but it's always been decent in Knockout, to be fair, but we are seeing a bit more Gene play recently. Not too bad so far. Interesting to see where Tribe go with this.
Yeah, I find it interesting they go Belle over Brock in that situation, you know, because you just have that extra ability to remove those walls, and there's not that many walls on the Belle's Rock in the first place, so I don't know. We'll see how that pays off, as we'll see the Pam brought in by Tribe. Now, I love Pam on this map. Does so well, especially in the later stages. The amount of 1v1s, 1v2s I've seen Pam's clutch up, just because you have no more cover left. The healing station is there. Mama Squeeze kicks in as well, and the amount of value you can find off it is really impressive.
I do like that as well, to be able to just create some space as well and utilize just the visibility, ideally, of where your opposition lies. Jhin can have a big impact in the mid here for sure, but if you're able to blow up some of that space and just kind of see exactly what range is there and what awaits you, I think that can go a long way here as well. For Craze, I feel like range wouldn't be the worst of ideas here, or something aggressive, even like a Fang wouldn't be the worst of ideas here, to be completely honest. Max, so yeah, max aggressive speed, I quite like that as well, that can work. The question is, I guess, is like how they're going to be able to combine that when the lanes are kind of broken up in the way that they are. You can't necessarily get everyone clustered together under the magic paths and also clustered beneath the max for the speed. We'll see. We'll see how this one goes and how Craze want to play it, but I do know that they are very aggressive when it comes to knockout and this map in particular. So if anyone can make this comp work, it's Craze.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, going back to the basics, right? The Max Jhin is something that we've seen over and over and over again in Brawl Stars competitive in the span of the last 2 years. So simplifying things, but sometimes that's exactly how you need to approach things. We'll see how this works out. So far, Lena, Rage, very dominant on their lanes, creating a lot of space. Meow is going to have a mark soon, though, but he misses the shot, and that means he's going to have to pull back and try to heal back up, as Rama is very low HP. Lena down to 200 as well. So many close interactions already, but yet no kills.
Now he just brute force through the middle, but now thinking better of it. Picker coming in. Taken care of by Rama. Rage, though, will be very, very cautious here, juking well, and that shot there from Meow will connect, so that he'll have to be cautious in moving forwards here. Tom's a bit out of position here, yeah, moving back behind the Nun, and some body blocking needed just to make his safe escape through. Gas will be coming in shortly now, as now he uses the phase shifter through a load of those mines in the mid, but yeah, now it's getting a little bit tense as the healing station goes down from Drage in a good spot.
Yeah, that gadget from Yao doesn't find a connection. Now we aggressive onto Tom. Drage gets pulled, so farm an advantage for Craze. Some trades, but not nearly enough, and with less than a total of 800 HP, it is going to be Craze to take that first round.
I don't know how now he is dodging those bullets the way he is, because he just goes straight in, and Tribe just don't seem ready for it. They just don't seem able to handle it so far until they start to recollect themselves. Meow very, very low here. One more shot, he will go down. There's the one to do it. But Drage is marked up, and that's obviously going to be there lingering for the rest of this game unless they can take the round and refresh. But this is better. Now it's 3 versus 2 for Tribe, but definitely this aggressive stance from Craze is not to be underestimated here.
Yeah, definitely so. If they could get a pull and isolate a player, leave, you know, it to a 2 versus 2 with a mark onto Drage, that could definitely be turned around, but so far they're just not really able to find the opportunities. Now he's going to be low HP, he goes down. It seems like Craze are going to be willing to carry on to those supers, moving to our third and final round for this first game.
Well, much better from Tribe. I think the key there, again, being just that early takedown, and they're going to have to be very careful not to do the same as they did the first round, because the way that now he's playing, those late games are not going to be nearly as straightforward as just the way that he seems to have no fear. I love it. Roma has the pull to hand though as well, and he'll be looking to use it ideally before the power healing station goes down here, as Tom pinching nicely from the right-hand side. Let's see now we go in a bit more on this right-hand side, which is now doing as well. Nice to see. Ticker comes out, taken care of as well, and damage gear now into play. So, Craze kind of looking pretty decent. The majority of Tribe are low by now.
Yeah, the positioning from Naui is so good. Gets the pinch onto Drage and should get the follow-up onto Tom. Will do just that. It's only Lena left alive, and surely Craze are going to be taking that first game of knockout. Good stuff, and I think you got it spot on, Ark. Naui on the max was just ridiculous, and it's not a brawler we've seen him play the most either, to be honest. You know, when you think of very shiny max players, he's not going to be one of the first names you mention, and yet so far I'm very impressed by what we're seeing from him.
Yeah, it just seemed to be like a brawl and draft that fit the bill, really, and whether it was that or something just with more aggressive nature, I guess there's others that could have more of an assassination approach. But ultimately, like, the way that this works so well against Tick is just like very, very apparent. As soon as Tom has got those gadgets utilized and disappeared, then there's very much little they can do to like, if Tom's the last brawler remaining versus the max, now he's going to win it every single time. So it just gives them a big cushioning now, as Craze, like now, with looking even more comfortable than ever, taking that first round. I feel this set's going to go their way inevitably.
Yeah, I think I think that Tick is a very, very strong brawler on this map. But whenever it ends up being a 2 versus 2 and there's, you know, a trade going both ways, it is always going to be in the advantage of the team that doesn't have the Tick in competitive play, at least. And right now, it is going to be a 2v3 in favor of Tribe. Much better situation going for them. Tom nearly goes down here. Rama has the pull, but surely he's going to hold on to it for next round. And that is going to be a very much needed round for Tribe, but they need one more because otherwise this set is still going the way of Craze.
Well, some fuel left still in the tank though, and if Tribe start to push this one a bit harder and just be a bit more cautious on these supers, then this could be tied up quite easily, or it can go the other way as well. Of course, Rama has the magic hand to hand, and Meow looking to place his mark ideally onto Drage, because being the tanky of the 3 is definitely the way to go, and he does land it nicely again. Thomas got Tick head as well. Very important to keep hold of realistically in the eventuality that now he goes in the aggressive. Super Totem goes down from Lenan, and Tickhead coming in now, taken care of quite quickly by Craze, but some good aggression signs from Tribe so far as they start to get some better angles here.
Yeah, now he gets into a very tricky situation, but somehow comes out of it almost intact. Still pool available for Rama, and Gas is going to be spawning in any second now. This might be what is required to open things up, although Rama with max speed gets to pull onto Tom. Tom's last round just ends seconds before reaching the target, and that is going to be Craze to make it another game, and as a matter of fact, a set. Beautiful stuff on their end, and I feel like Naui just showed so much confidence that it really translated and transitioned to his teammates as well. They looked really good in this set.
Yeah, but I mean, towards the end, like that gene pool was ridiculous. I mean, I was looking at the left, Drage was like so close. The easier by far of all the pulls to make. And then, I mean, they just wanted to double down, I guess, and go for something even tougher just to kind of challenge themselves even further, I guess. But what you got to say is the draft there was really smart from Craze. I mean, having that max pick, the final pick, made a big difference to that. And yeah, it just seemed very confident going into that set of knockout. Whereas Tribe had some good moments and definitely were able to make that draft work if they just played it better, but definitely a much more challenging one to have when you got so much speed on the side of Craze, and I like the way that they were also able to just come together enough to utilize it as well. That was kind of my concern going in, but they did it really well. But yeah, the stats as well, pretty much, I mean, say more in the way of Craze, but simply more healing on the side of Tribe. Not much to say in terms of differential and supers, but just more damage by Craze, simple as that.
Yeah, I think it's very little more healing for Tribe, considering they had a Pam and Craze. I mean, they had the magic puffs, to be honest, but still very narrow margin there. But in the end, yeah, there's a bit of a damage diff, and Craze just being able to close out some of those skills, especially with gene pools, and the max speed also coming in very handy to dodge those stick shots. So great stuff overall, a solid draft from Craze and Tribe. Yeah, you could tell they were on the back foot the entire time. They still won 2 rounds, to be fair, but not enough to win any games, unfortunately, for them.
Yeah, and I guess as well, like the same thing with the supers on the stats is like the fact that some brawlers kind of cater more towards to not using the supers that frequently. I mean, if you're using Pam the right way, you don't have to necessarily keep cycling her healing station down, but bans are in. Craze banning out the Bonnie, Janet, and Penny. Similar ideas we've seen for the majority of today. Chill Space being the map, Gem Grab, of course, the game mode. Sprout and Squeak and Rico being banned up by Tribe, and their first pick of Ruffs is not a crazy one. I've seen them pick it quite a lot of times first time in this draft, so they do value it incredibly highly. Let's see where Craze go from here and how they decide to play this one. I do quite like a bow here myself, just to be able to break open the areas in the mid. Could be an idea for them. They've got 2 brawlers to pick, of course, but again, that Rico ban from Tribe is quite a key one, actually. It's quite a favourite of mine to play here as well. I do like the bans in general, actually, all around. I think they're quite decent. Penny being banned here as well was probably one of the more prioritising bans at the moment, shall we say, Zelly?
Yeah, absolutely so, and it's the only way you can have a first pick Ruffs at this point, I would say. So I like what I'm seeing so far. I think that the stew into Ruffs is potentially a little bit dangerous for this too. I'm assuming the second pick from Craze is gonna be something that can deal with sandbags. Yeah, Sandy seems like a pretty good shout here, otherwise it would have been very tough to deal with the roughs, and now it almost forces him to go for the other gadget, which is quite inferior in general.
Yeah, I quite like this. I think Sandy's kind of often overlooked, and we've seen how Dogster Lobster can just like pick it anywhere, more or less, and make it work. So I'm all down for it. Let's see though what the response is on the side of Tribe. I would quite like to see something of range here. I feel like Belle could actually kind of synergize quite well with the roughs. And okay, so Gene mid, I guess, is the idea from Tribe, and buffing him up. Not a bad shout at all. For me though, I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's still. Okay, Max, yeah, they want to eradicate that from Craze, as we saw in the previous lineup. I think Max is in a really versatile place right now for me, currently in the meta, and can be something of such an aggressive nature, but also we've seen how like the Max Gene meta in the past has been such a prominent one, so this makes a lot of sense for me so far. But Craze, on the other hand, are lacking a lot of range here, Teddy.
Yeah, they definitely do not have a whole lot of range to work with so far, so maybe a final brawler to work around that. I'm assuming they're going for mid, but to be fair, with this comp, like, they could all be playing mid. Like, yeah, it's kind of odd as they don't quite have as much of a designated gem carrier compared to Tribe, which obviously is going to be the Gene. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. Do you have a guess as of, you know, who is going to be carrying the gems for Craze?
I mean, you know, after seeing Zeta running like sort of like Stu mid, a gem carrier, a gem grab, my kind of whole perspective has been shifted. It won't be the Crow, that's for sure. So it could be well the Sandy, but I would be at all surprised to see kind of Stu with a speed zone gadget going down here, and that is what they're going to do, yeah. So Rama looks like he's going to be gem carrier, yeah. So Stu, gem carrier now, not such a crazy idea in gem grab, but also maybe as well the Sandy and having duo gem carriers. Okay, I mean, I don't really recommend that Craze do that, but at the minute, hey, what do I know? They got the full big control, 3-1. I don't think now he necessarily needs to be holding on gems here, but it seems like Craze are not afraid to let that happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's better on your side than on the enemies, I guess, which seems to be their standpoint for the time being. But so far, so good for Craze. Tom gets cleared up by Rama. Nice little snipe there. Rage goes for a pool that backfires. This is going to cost him his own life, and is definitely not the value you're hoping for off a Gene pool. And Craze are getting in dangerously close area to that countdown, and they'll get it now. Everyone is a gem carrier for Craze Clan. Let's see if that backfires.
Yeah, 10 seconds on the clock. Lenan goes in aggressive, does reset things. That's going to make a difference, but ultimately they do have to continuate this idea of the reset for a long time before Tribe got any legs to be able to, you know, equalize from the mid here. Rage, though, probably a couple of shots away from Super, but Meow doing a great job on this left-hand side to deter Lenan. Jump in from Meow is good as well, and yep, Craze pretty comfortably will take that first game of Gem Grab. Tribe do not look like their former selves right now at all.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the aggression that is offered by this comp from Craze is just hard to keep up with. I mean, what do you do against this 2 mid? You know what I'm saying? Like, instantly he can take early risks because he doesn't have too many gems early on, and it paid off such big time that Tribe never really recovered from that early engagement. He has a super now as well, and that dash might be what he needs to try to open things up. And look at the amount of aggression there in the mid from Rama. Like, you don't expect your gem carrier to go that deep into the enemy side of the map.
Craze just had so much mid control this whole time. I just don't feel like Tribe are pushing as a team. I mean, it's still early days with Lenan. I mean, like, there's always a time of adaptations and stuff, and they looked fantastic playing with Lenan at the very beginning of the season. So they had a ton of synergy, but it just doesn't seem like at the moment everything's gelling together. Whether everyone's sort of communicating effectively or not remains to be seen, but at the moment, Craze, 6 gems in the pocket, 2 to that of Tribe, who now starting to make a bit more of an impact in the mid, starting to stay on their feet more. And if they carry on like that, that's going to go a long, long way. But trade out is there, and None. Good pull from Drage. Support is there as well, but Rama goes down. Can None stay alive? He actually can enough to get the gems down. This is a great opportunity for Tribe to capitalize.
Yeah, that's big, because now they are very close to countdown. Rama dashing forward, but the sandbags are a problem for him to deal with. He's low HP and surely will get cleared up. Lena is still low, but the magic puffs are gonna keep him up. Countdown for Tribe Gaming. There is a jump from Meow, but he's low HP now. Gets the slow onto Drage. Jump back to Tom. Tom is gonna go down. That's gonna interrupt the countdown, but those gems, they're still gonna be in their hands. Rama actually is able to steal a couple away, and so far he's still alive.
Clutch pull from Drage. It was looking disastrous there for Tribe, but can they reset this countdown from the mid? Probably not. It's probably about 2 gems to spawn, if that, from side of Craze. They've got to get a takedown. Then it's going to be either Drage or it's going to be on the top left there, Tom. Can they get this? They can get maybe no slowdown gadget. No slowdown gadget available. Can Drage get down? No. Wow, I'm surprised. If I'm honest, I thought that the way that Craze were playing that one, they looked like they had a still going on. I'm not going to lie. I think Tribe were quite lucky in that game to actually come out with those gems. They did not look comfortable with it.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. I mean, in general, Craze just looked still somewhat more comfortable in the entire game, despite Tribe winning. But that's the problem, because they need to be consistent enough on the side of Tribe to make it another game now. And seeing how much it demanded and how clutch it was to just take that game, it's going to be challenging as Rama starts things off with the 3 first gems that spawned. Lena is going to take 1 just so they don't have too much of a lead. But again, he's not supposed to be their gem carrier either. Okay, well, breaking of the side there by Tom is good to allow Tribe a bit more space maneuver here, but let's see now. Magic Hand is available to Drage and None. Still waiting to get his speed coming in, but better positioning from Tribe so far, I would say. Sweet Dreams from now is going to eradicate Drage temporarily, but not too long, to be completely honest. Nice snapbacks from Tom on the defense, and gems are with Craze for the moment, but Tribe are doing a much better job of just not going overly aggressive, not getting taken out very quickly, just trying to play more of the objective in the mid. Drage has a pull, and Rama is trying his best to not be the target of it, as he's still playing around that speed booster. But gem-wise, Craze still have a decent advantage, a gem that spawned on their side, but with that pull, Drage, he hasn't used it in so long, but still, it creates so much space, and Craze, they have to respect it.
Drage has a magic hand gets again, and Tom as well. Like, now this is looking like a lot better as Tribe starts to eradicate 1 by 1 the Craze Clan members. Rama as well with the 8 gems is forced back now as a 3 versus 2. We can't really do much here. A nice taps from Tom, keeping him low, looking from healing. Meow will be looking to jump on this as soon as he can, but the countdown is there. Tribe cannot move from the mid here. They've got to stay firm, otherwise Craze Clan will be able to reset.
Meow is 1 HP now as well, and that is going to put him in a dangerous situation. Rama overextend, gets absolutely melted down, and somehow it's going to be Tribe Gaming to make it a set, taking over with the lead once more. Great work from them, just the patience. And Craze, I feel like they respected that pull a little bit too much, just conceding so much control, probably more control than if someone just ended up getting pulled. But it was a bit of a tough situation because they had no way to deal with it, really. They needed some, to go in for a fight. But yeah, it was a bit complicated. And that massive gem lead that they had early on, just, they were so patient. They were just waiting. And eventually, Tribe caught up, started the countdown, and that disrupted the pace too much for Craze to handle.
Question for me that I have, though, is like, it wasn't comfortable. Tribe do not look like they are synergized, like they are enjoying things, like they don't look comfortable, confident. Everything looks very shaky at best, and like against a team like Craze, like who just again like looked a bit off in gem grab. Well, for the most part, maybe not even necessarily that. I mean, they had some great moments, some great turnarounds. I just felt like, Tribe were able to bring it back, but for the most part, I feel like Craze probably deserved to actually get the win from it, if I'm honest. I mean, I feel like moving into our next games and sets, I feel like Tribe have got to switch a gear to kind of shake off the cobwebs, to reset themselves, because they're not looking like they're feeling great about this right now, to be completely honest.
I mean, if you look at the stats, they're very, very close. Craze just barely not able to make it work in the end, and I do agree with you. Tribe looked quite clunky, but I think that Rage holding on to that pool made the entire difference in that game, because Craze, they just had no solution to that, which sounds kind of dumb because you're thinking a super is only really useful when you use it. But in this situation, Rama was just stuck in the mid and left with no real solution. Do you push for it, but then you risk getting pulled and giving away so many gems? Do you just, play it patiently? They went for patience and it didn't pay off. And I think that Drake just, having the discipline to just stay there with his pull and saying, if you get close, you're dead. I think that went a very long way in that game.
Yeah, I just don't know whether it's, a question of like, do they look hesitant because they're unsure where Lenan fits in terms of the playstyle or the brawlers or the draft or kind of what, or is it just simply just an off day for themselves? But again, like yesterday's, I keep saying yesterday's, day one's loss against Dogster Lobster, is that still hanging over their heads and something which is they're struggling to get away from? And is it starting to kind of like dominate their mindset, or is it just simply a set that didn't go their way that now they're going to start to recollect and recoup from and look a little bit stronger? Either way, I mean, I hope to see a bit more from them in terms of like pop-off moments, in terms of synergies, because at the moment they just look a bit shaky.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, and I think reason is also that we have very high expectations from them. They are the #1 seed in EMEA. That might very much change next week, but it definitely does not feel like we're watching the #1 seed in EMEA, despite them having the lead right now and they're winning the match so far. I completely agree with you, Arg. It feels somewhat like, the confidence just isn't really there. And it makes sense because, they have a new player they need to adapt to. But as you said, the synergy wasn't bad when they played in the early stages of the year together and during the off season. So I don't know. Maybe, this is one of the stories that we'll be keeping an eye on closely for the rest of this season. For Kaboom Canyon, though, we got our bans. It's going to be Bonnie, Janet, Eve on the side of Craze, Colette, Crow, and Penny for Tribe Gaming.
Well, I like the bans straight away from Tribe here. I mean, well, from both sides, I think it's fair to say. I mean, you can't really go wrong with an Eve, Janet, and Bonnie. Just eradicate what is basically the most meta ideas possible early on. Byron, it seems, is still in a good place. We've seen a lot of Craze working with Byron today and other teams as well. It's working well. I think they should absolutely just be valuing Byron as highly as they used to be. It feels like he's just been still kept in a solid spot in terms of the meta, but just kind of taking down just a tiny notch. But I think the Colette ban here is quite key as I Tribe. But Pam's still available, of course. Crow, as well as another smart ban from Tribe. I don't mind here necessarily some Piper ideas or Lola again. Yeah, Belle could be a good lane here as well to have some range, because you do need a little bit of that in Kaboom Canyon. But yeah, Pam and Lola, I love this from Tribe actually. That's a really, really good start for me.
Yeah, I like it as well. I mean, Lola has been so good lately. It's a very, very threatening brawler to bring to the mix. Not the easiest to counter either, as a lot of her counters are just slightly off to make people comfortable. Amber, though, is a pretty good option to deal with the ego and make sure she can't just hide behind it comfortably. So I like that. B, I'm a little bit less sure of. I know it's to prevent, a tank to make an appearance as a final pick, but from the looks of the draft, it seems fairly evenly matched to me so far.
I mean, we've seen a lot of Belle being utilized by SK and by others that wanted to deprive SK of it. And I mean, I actually really like B here myself. I think it can work well. I think it's also one that can help with taking down the tankiness of Pam and also any brawlers that are lying within the healing station. Just gives it that extra sort of like bang for your buck, I guess. But the Squeak as well is definitely a nice idea. I mean, I prefer the Tribe draft here, but I also feel like Craze are a team that are able to make what they have work against a draft which I prefer.
Yeah, the thing is they have the range on the side of going very heavily onto the Byron Amber on the right-hand side. So far, I mean, it's working out. They got the opening kill, and Meow has just got to play it safe against Lena, not give too much away. It seems like control is going to be all for Craze, but Rama overextends a little bit and is going to get shut down, giving some opportunities for Tribe to push forward in the mid.
Well, Super does not connect from Meow, and the Ego there will just provide a nice little cushioning as Drage and Renan move forwards into the mid. Now he goes down as well to some nice damage on the Squeak side of things. That's a lot of damage being placed down upon the Craze clan safe now as, yeah, Tribe looking much better, making this comp work so far and keeping Craze in the back foot in a way that we haven't really kind of seen them take control of in previous sets. Oh, look at that damage as well from Drage. Really nailing it down to Meow. Staying alive now, but pick up there from Lenan is good, and now Tribe is starting to look like they're having more fun with this one.
Yeah, definitely so. Much more confident in with this draft. Let's see if they can hold on to the mid control, as Craze has been struggling heavily to retake it. Rage is going to get melted down by Naui. Naui going for the burn as well. Connects them to Lena. Some pretty decent value as Rama is even able to heal up Naui once more. And Naui is really going to be the warrior here for Craze, as he's getting so many heals from Rama and just refuses to go down. Eventually will, and this is a chance once again for Triumph to retake some of that control.
Drage getting tapped by Rama. He goes with a splash and does connect as well. Nice shots from Meow to the healing station, just getting eradicated, allows Rama to then get some shots into Tom and heal up now on the left-hand side as well to push him forwards. Craze can turn this around quite easily, to be fair. There's not much in it at all, especially if they can get control off the back of this push now. At the moment, though, Tribe have got that valuable amount of damage done early on, and that could come around full circle.
The burn. Now he does not connect onto Lena. He's taking a lot of damage. They still have some catching up to do. Meow trying to take down Tom. This is doable though. A couple seconds in it. Oh, it's going to be 6%, but 6 very valuable percent as Tribe get to match point.
Very close stuff. Honestly, not much at all in it. I thought that Craze might have been able to come back there, honestly. I mean, there was so little time available to them, but just a couple of shots here or there would have been enough. I mean, this is looking like such a big turnaround. I almost had to sort of just fresh my brain to any reason the Tribe on match point, because I mean, to get to this stage from how they just sort of looked earlier, I'm actually genuinely quite surprised. I feel like Craze are not playing badly either. That's the thing, and yeah, but just now the way they're trying to just adapt into this draft and this situation just seems to be working much more in their favor.
Yeah, look at this early push though. Drage melted down the nice one shot, and now has been doing a great job on the Amber so far. It's only 5% though, and capitalizing, getting damage on safe is going to be the challenge with this comp, as I think they're relying pretty much solely on Naui to be the one to connect any shots onto the safe, and so far, I mean, he's had very little time to do so, and only got 5% in total.
Well, Rama's going to have to heal up Naui a lot here to keep him in the mix. Can he? Just about 38, oh my word. That boy is doing work, but somehow now he stays alive. Enough to get the takedown as well on Lenan. Enough to get a super onto the bush and burn down on the top right here. But, you know, this comp is so dependent on the Byron, I guess. I mean, if Tribe start to really just bring back a lot of the control into the mid, they're going to struggle with that. But just 5% of damage so far is enough to have Craze the lead now. Maybe a touch more if Never gets the burn off, which he does. So Tribe, probably not under necessarily that much pressure at the moment, because they know that they can just get one solid push. But it is looking a bit better than Craze right now.
Yeah, this is what scares me a little bit though with this comp, is they've had control for so long and they've been working so hard, and they only have an 11% lead, which almost doesn't sound right to me.
Okay, well, Tribe now starting to recollect a bit better than they were, but still no damage at all. Good shots into the mid as Drage gets a nice takedown on Rama. Let's see here as well. Now he gets the super down here on the right-hand side. That will prevent Tom, or Drake rather, from being able to push through. That's connecting shots from the Squeak, but with 15 seconds remaining, not much time at all, realistically, here for Tribe to get the comeback.
Yeah, they need a big spray here at the end, but they don't really have the range from that mid-bush. And it seems like the wind is going to be going the way of Craze. Some damage now, 1% in it, but Craze barely take it. And that means they get to fight in this third game. But man, that was close. That was definitely not a comfortable win for Craze.
Quite the lifeline, yeah, massively so. I mean, for Craze to hang on there by 1%, that's that's going to be on the minds of Tribe. They would like to prefer to have got that wrapped up there and then, realistically, and not really a high-scoring game of Heist, realistically, here. Early gadgets from Rama, and I think wisely so, as that will give a great deal of control to Craze. Nice collecting slow from Meow, and follow-up shots of Bang On as well. It seems like that last one has given Craze a bit of a spring in the step.
Let's see how this mid retake is gonna be. As nice connection from Lena. Finds the double kill, as a matter of fact, and this is a chance for Tribe to retake that control much earlier than in the previous game, where really they only had the last couple of seconds of the game to deal damage. They're still behind, but it's only 2%, and they still have some sort of mid control now, although Drage is very low HP, and now we will find a connection.
This is going to be very interesting to see as to how Tribe respond under this kind of pressure, because it's been a while since Craze put them in a bit of a vice, and now that they are, do they start to fight back harder, or do they kind of crumble again under that pressure and take it to the fifth and final set here? Because they've done so much work to get back into the mix, and yeah, getting a match point, they do not want to lose that situation. Now Strange pushes into the mid, has a nice juke there as Meow almost connects the shot, but Tom as well doing his best to evade those amplified shots that B can push out. Oh wow, that's a lot of damage there. Now he gets to take down the mid, and Rumless Hills, they will be able to push Naui through despite the Squeak's suppression of Lanam.
Yeah, this really fun, but it is risky because it all relies on Naui and Rama just staying up forever. Meow being able to solo hold the left hand side. Tribe have a 5% lead right now. Nice connection off that super onto Naui, but no way to capitalize just yet, and it means that for now we're still in a bit of a stalemate, but Craze, they need the damage, otherwise they're out.
Yeah, there's not much in it at all, but look at this push coming off the right-hand side here. Now he puts the pressure on, and now it's going to be pushed back so far back here, and the ego pop from Drake just bang on point. A couple of takedowns here. Trev would be able to survive this, but it's going to be such a close one now, but a very important takedown left-hand side of Drake, and Tom push through and goes straight for damage, and that is the wise choice. Tribe have got to commit to it, and that is going to be it. Tribe will take it in day 2, and will redeem themselves after their performance in day 1.
Wow, beautiful stuff from Tribe here, and much more convincing, as you mentioned, than the rest of the match. Looking more confident with their picks, and I like the strategy from Craze a lot. I think it's very sneaky and something that, you know, a lot of teams don't necessarily prepare for, or prepare to deal with or to play against, no matter how you want to formulate it. But it's fresh, it's interesting. It just didn't really work out here, and I think that, you know, that final interaction from Linnell on the right-hand side, getting to both dodge that super that would have burned him down and given free access to the save, that was really big, because that could have been a totally different story if that went wrong for him.
Yeah, I think it was a wise choice as well from Tribe just to really fully commit towards the end, and they had to realistically there just get that one takedown, and I think Tom and Drake's communication there was just kind of on point to, like, let's just not even think about coming back in any way, shape or form. Let's just go for it, drive for it, and yeah, I mean, one thing we've got to say though is, like, you know, again, I keep bringing it back around, but Tribe definitely still have got a lot of work to be done, it seems like, despite how well they've been performing in, like, the BSC and stuff up until now. I feel like maybe, like, some of the kind of, like, honeymoon period has kind of been maybe passed a little bit. Probably some, like, you know, looking back on MSI and that kind of thing as well, still very much on their minds, but hopefully that is a good step in the right direction, however, as it definitely seemed to develop as the game went on, and I mean, anything was going to be an improvement on day 1, let's be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's still close and a little clunky here and there, but it's looking better, and I think that, you know, this is what they might need as well to raise that confidence for day 3 and the rest of the season, really. Whereas Craze, they could have really used that win as well, but they're gonna be 0-2 so far in this season, and that's just not a scoreline we'd expect Craze to be at, considering their recent form.
It's surprising, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, maybe just bad luck or maybe just a bit unprepared. I mean, FA Siege, yesterday were a team which we didn't necessarily expect to perform as highly as they did, and maybe caught Craze a bit off guard. And after that first loss, perhaps just kind of like carrying it through and keeping it in the back of their minds. But I mean, Tribe is a team which they played a fair amount as well, and I think for the most part it has gone Tribe's way. But nonetheless, when it's those high caliber matches which you kind of like know that you've had in the past, it's can add some additional pressure onto you in the moment. But you're right, they're gonna have to do some catching up for sure. I mean, we've got another 5 days to come after this, so that will be where they have got to make their money back, I guess.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, as you said, there's still plenty of space for any team that's had a rough start so far to catch up and still have a decent season. But starting 0-2 is a scary prospect because it leaves no more room for mistakes, and so far it's been mostly mistakes.
Well, we got one more match left to go today. It's going to be Reply Totem versus FA Baguette. We'll be right back after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to Real or Fake. Here's how it works. The player is given a prompt that contains information from Brawl Stars. The player then decides whether it's real or fake. If the player decides that it's fake, the player has to point out which part of it is fake. Points are awarded for correctly identifying the prompts. Let's see how they did.
Hello, I am Semantic from SK Gaming and I am the team captain. I mean, if you think of it theoretically, it's not practically following it, but it's like extending range, so I'll say no. The end, because it doesn't follow it, it extends the range and then it follows it. Bigger, better, faster, and destroys worlds. I have no idea. I have straight up no idea. I will just say that's correct. I will just say that's correct. If I have no idea, I will say that's correct. Nice. Okay, I think the second part is definitely right, where it says to the current location. I'm not sure if you can word it as artillery strike. Kinda makes sense though. I've never heard of the name Captain's Compass though. Like, at least I didn't read it, so I would say it's wrong, because like Captain's Compass isn't something I remind myself of. It's called Captain's Compass. Damn. The next attack will spawn a Greater Porter. Or attack lands. No, it's wrong. It's not a Porter, it's a penguin. Because the Porter is the super itself or not? I'll say it's wrong. Oh, okay. The healing is definitely correct. The wording of the healing is correct as well. I'm not sure if it's the correct health amount though, if it has 750 HP. It had 3k HP and they nerfed it, so maybe 750 is correct. I had something like 1500 in mind though. I'll say it's correct. I lost twice, I will say it's correct. If it was twice wrong, we just changed it now. It's correct. I was wondering as well with the cactus, but like, what else was the name then? Well, I would say it's false, since it doesn't only bounce from walls, but it also extends the range once it bounces from a wall. The wording is... Let me check this. Was it actually that short? What's the description? But like, the range extended by like twice the amount. That is insane, that they didn't word it. Well, snakes directly from bounces from walls. Damn. Ross has got some explaining to do.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's been a very eventful day here on day 2, but we are still in the EU and MENA region. I'm Mark, joined today with Ready, Set and Teddy, and we're fast approaching our final match of the day. Ready, Set, you were watching from the sidelines of that last game. What did you make of it, and how did you see it go down?
It went pretty much how I wanted it to, and it went about how I expected it to as well. I thought it was going to be a close match. I was hoping for a close match, and it's exactly what I received, though. It's great to see Tribe getting back to their former form.
Yeah, it's starting to make some moves, and they sort of had a bit of a slow start, I think it's fair to say. We're actually going to hear directly from Drage from Tribe right now, who's looking on the line here. Good afternoon, Drage. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I can hear you. Hello.
Good to see you, Drage. I'm going to start straight off with the nitty-gritty question. Rough day yesterday, it's fair to say, with Dogster Lobster. It was a close one, but you did take the loss in the 5th and final set. But today was a better day. But I think from what we saw, translated-wise, it was a bit of a slow start for you guys. Like, talk us through some of the synergy, kind of some of the things that we're seeing on screen, and maybe give us some explanation from your perspective as to how things are feeling.
So we've added Lane to our roster, obviously, and it's gonna take a bit of time to get the synergy built up, because we've never played with Lane. When we played against Dogster Lobster, we only did one scrim with Lane here, so it's gonna take a bit of time here, and I'm all for being patient with it. So we just gotta wait and see how this keeps going.
Well, good stuff. Drage, what's up, dude? My better half. My question for you is, do you feel like you're back on track, or were you ever off track, right? A bit of a rough last couple of months. Was that just part of the plan, or just a consequence, maybe, of some stuff that's been going on during the year?
I think every team has their ups and lows, and I think we hit our downfall a bit the past month or so, and it's just about time we try to pick up the pace again, get back up, and that's exactly what we're trying to do.
Yeah, you already talked a little bit about Lena, which is one of my questions. I mean, I'm a Lena fanboy, but I was just sort of wondering how things happened there, because you guys played together. You guys played together during the off season, and now you guys got back together. I don't think Drage can hear me.
I can hear you now. I heard literally the last 3 words.
Okay. All right, perfect. Well, I was saying that, so you guys played during the off-season with Lena for a little bit, then you guys didn't, make it a permanent addition to the team, and you're doing it now. What kind of went behind the scenes to, end in that result?
Can't say too much here, but we needed some sort of refreshment, I guess, and I feel like every team needs that. At some point you need some sort of refreshment, something like an icebreaker, I guess, and we brought in Lane for that, and he's a great player, and he's only going to learn and grow with the team, so looking forward to that.
Very interesting way to end things, Drage. Well, congratulations on your win today. We're all cheering for you, and we shall see you in day 3 very shortly.
Thank you for having me. Have a good show.
Wow. That was a bit juicy towards the end. But I mean, yeah, we maybe got more than we bargained for there. But yeah, it was great to see a bit more of a drive towards the end there in that match for Tribe, because it could have gone quite easily another way. Craze Clan are not an easy team to beat by any means, but we're going to have to get moving on to our next matchup for today, which will be, of course, Reply Totem and FA Baguette. Reply Totem, of course, had a fantastic day today. Day one. Will they have a fantastic day too? That is the question. Let's take a look at their roster. Inso Maori, Joker and Mario. I don't think we're going to see any of Inso today, but you know, just in the eventuality that we do, that's what he looks like. More than likely, Maori, Joker, and Mario for Reply Totem. But again, you know, fantastic day yesterday. 3-2 against SK Gaming. Definitely not an easy team to get a 3-2 scoreline against. So looking like they are still at the very top of their game. And you know, FA Baguette, you know, at the moment, I don't know whether we can necessarily say the same, and they did take a 3-0 loss yesterday to Team Queso. So definitely going to have to do a lot to be able to break the might of Reply Totem here today, Teddy.
Yeah, definitely so. You know, Totem is a team that feels almost at their peak if we forget about Worlds last year. Right now, they're looking incredible, really. And Baguette, not quite the same story. So far, it's been quite complicated. They have brought in Orca, which is a very, you know, well-reputed player that is really, really good at the game. But yeah, some of the synergy still needs some time in the oven, it seems like. And I want to see them shine, I truly do. But so far, it's been a little underwhelming.
Yeah, it's definitely been something which, like you say, can take a lot of time. Synergy doesn't happen overnight, and you know, Orca's a fantastic player. We got to absolutely hand it to him there. But yeah, as we've seen, like, you know, synergies are not always the easiest of things to get right quickly. Right, ready, set.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time to grow. It takes a lot of time for that non-verbal communication to be able to grow as well. And when you can communicate things non-verbally, or you can just sense that your teammate is in need, then that makes your comms way, way more efficient. And that's something that I don't think we'll ever really get to see fully, is what the inner workings of team communication look like. But I think we can infer a lot from just the efficiency of perhaps switching lanes for a more optimal matchup or things like that. And that's something that I think Totem have already had a little bit of time to work on. They already have Mari and Maru, who have a strong synergy as well, introducing iDark Joker into the equation as well. I don't think is really going to disrupt that, right? His job is to have the mechanics, and it's the rest of the team's job to have the synergies to support him for that.
Very true. Well, let's take a look at FA Baguette's roster now as well, remind ourselves of them. Equac, Darkroom, and OPE, of course, and as we mentioned already today, Orca has started to sort of dabble on the playing side for the team as well. So we'll be, I imagine, adding them to the list of faces there at some point soon as well, once they maybe provide us with it. And you know, this is a team which, honestly, are kind of a bit up and down sometimes for me. Sometimes they have a really phenomenal performance, and other times maybe not, and it just kind of depends upon what day of the week it is. I'm not really too sure, but I think it's fair to see a bit more of a unpredictable team when it comes to that. It's a bit less when it comes to being consistent, but nonetheless are fully capable of great things, Teddy.
Yeah, definitely so. This is though the you know, where the dynamic is going to be very different to Totem, and also where the history comes in, right? Because Joker was playing for Baguette all the way until he got picked up by Reply Totem, and it seems like that was, you know, a very big change for Totem, that changed them for the better. On the side of Baguette, though, they've had to come with, you know, an emergency solution to filling in that roster, which seems like they're happy with Orca, but there's still work to do, and some of that synergy that was built up needs to be reworked on. And right now, yeah, they're not looking at their peak, but I mean, they're players that are really strong mechanically, that have a very good understanding of the game as well, and played competitive for a very long time. So I think they can cause an upset, but Totem is looking so good as well. It's a challenging match here for Baguette.
What about you, Ready Set? Who do you think is going to take this one? Reply Totem or FA Baguette? Where's your mind at?
Look, I'm not going to make an unpopular choice this time. I'm going to go with Totem. We saw how they played versus SK yesterday. Yes, it was a tough match, but a win over SK is a win over SK. And also seeing Totem, their performance recently, right, I think it tells it all. They're a very mechanically skilled team. The only thing that I could see throwing a wrench in any plans is, just like Teddy said, iDarkJoker, he used to play for FA Baguette, and being former teammates, they're going to know what exact brawlers to ban or to pick in order to sort of put a bit of a trouble aspect in his mechanics and what kind of brawlers he can play. That's pretty much the main angle of attack that I can see for FA Baguette, and I suspect that they will take full advantage of it.
Teddy, we're going to wave off to you just for this next matchup. Before you go, who do you think is going to take it? Reply Totem or FA Baguette?
I think that, you know, the odds are stacked against Baguette for this one. Reply Totem have been looking incredible, and Baguette have been struggling. I don't think it's impossible for Baguette to pull it off, but I think they will need something close to a miracle to make it happen here against Reply Totem.
I would tend to agree, Teddy. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Well, we shall catch up after the match, but yeah, I feel like that's where my head is at as well here. Soon be getting into the picks and bans here, but like you said, Reddy said, you know, the fact that there is history here does mean that there's also some familiarity to consider, and you know, making sure that they can eradicate some of those high contenders going to be key here. Realistically, not really seeing much that iDarkJoker would normally play here, so maybe not. But an early pick of Stu for Baguette does leave the door wide open to brawlers like Rico on split. Eve, I guess, yeah, like that's not a bad one to pick either. Just be able to jump over and cause some problems there. Yeah, it'll be a good shout as well. There's actually a lot of brawlers which have not been banned out here, to be fair.
Yeah, I do find it pretty interesting. You have the double ban of Janet, the double ban of Ruff, so I guess that's 4 brawlers total that have been banned out, which means that there's some brawlers that some would consider to be like would consider to be the best in the meta at the moment. In fact, Penny will be slipping through the cracks as well. And yeah, as we see as a first pick from Totem, Eve is also going to be up for play. I find it interesting that Stu was the first choice from FA Baguette, considering that a brawler like Eve is still up on the board, though you gotta consider this is split, so Eve isn't very tanky. She probably won't be sitting on that objective very much. There is Gale to kind of account for that, and that is definitely going to be pretty disruptive towards Carl, which is the final pick from FA Baguette. It all depends, though, on whether Gale will be able to set up where Carl is about to throw his flying hook in, because Carl, like I said, throughout the day, he has so much mobility, he'll get to choose pretty much which zone he wants to capture at which moment, though it might be at the expense of his teammates.
It's an interesting draft here for FA Baguette, to be honest. I mean, Daryl coming in is, not a bad shout. It's just, it's just not normally the split draft that I'm used to seeing. But nonetheless, let's see how this Carl pick fares. I think Penny's not the worst of ideas either. But I imagine on split, it's kind of one of those maps which you could quite easily juke a lot of those shots on and try not to feed as much as possible. But I don't know. I assume the Carl pick's going to go right-hand side, flying hook in, getting that early positioning, and then just trying to lock down the right-hand side as quickly as possible, whilst Penny's obviously going to be placing that turret down. Could even potentially be, causing a lot of synergy there as well. Let's see. Yeah, Gale with the jump pass from Maru early on, placing it into the zone, so iDarkJoker can push himself in. But big breaks all round here from Baguette as they start to open up the map quite successfully so.
Yeah, typically you don't see Stu use these breakthroughs as quickly as he did, and honestly you got to give it to Orca actually for being able to charge up the supers that early on into the match. And Mara's going to do his best to play around it, but I think Orca is going to have a supreme advantage here. You see he's also running the first star power, which gives him a lot more distance on his dash. And I don't think that's a bad decision, especially considering that you don't heal that much from gas heal, and he's kind of playing a more drawn out, a little bit slower paced game here. So far, it's working very, very well for FA Baguette. We already see that first capture on the left side. On the right side, Maori is doing his best to get some damage versus Darkoon, get those hatchlings up, but it's not going to be enough to out damage this, I guess, wrench that Road Ridge Carl is throwing, because he is able to wall pick really, really well. He's able to hit around the walls, and it doesn't seem like Eve's range is really helping her here.
Reply Totem as quickly as that have gained so much control over this game and now are in the lead, and nice roll in again from Joker as Orca's struggling a little bit here to win the lane. It goes down. That is going to be surely Reply Totem with a little bit of a push in this right hand side in. Yeah, going to take this game quite nicely done considering that they were behind for the majority of it, as I think it's got so snug and cozy with that penalty turret. As soon as it went down, it felt like they just kind of lost control quite quickly, and yeah, Reply Totem maybe just slow to the mark, but now their thumbs are all warmed up.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, especially Orca on the stew, you know, getting a whole lot of dodges and playing a very risky lane here. I think one of the most important developments that we saw was Maru actually shifting over to help Maori on the right lane. And these two have great synergy. They play well together, so it totally makes sense that they would be able to flow off each other like this. It is going to leave Joker alone on the left side, and he's going to be feeding that Penny Super to Ekwak very quickly. And Orca, I think, as a result, is going to be a little bit more sparing with how he breaks these walls, because he needs to give value to Ekwak on the turret, because the more walls he breaks open, the less effective Penny's turret is really going to be. As long as it gets to stay in this nook and Orca kind of leaves that to be safe, then things will look pretty fine. But here comes a wall break on the right side, instantly shut down by Maru, but still, both of these teams are relatively tied up on the score line. With Joker winning that left side, though, Totem is going to accrue a massive lead.
Rolls in nicely into Orku's trying to dash himself away, but again, the struggle. Oh my gosh, he's gonna, no, yeah, Equok's going to stay alive there. I was going to say, if he carries on there, no way. But Maori can just probably use his gadget to jump in, but he's got, yeah, 1 or 2 left. Could have gone through, but waiting for the support of Joker, which is not the worst of ideas here. Right-hand side lane is all taken care of already, so it's just this left-hand side now. But as Joker goes down, Maori's going to have to wait his time, and that is going to be edging if they get ever nearer towards taking this game. But now Joker coming in is a prime time to go on the aggressive.
And it looks like he might just have the firepower to do it. Darkroom is going to have to spin in and try and do something, but here comes Maru jumping in with a jump pad, and there's simply not going to be enough damage from Darkroom in order to take that down. That's going to be Totem taking set number 1 very, very quickly. It, I think, is mostly due to them being on a point and capturing an objective almost 100% of the time. They wasted no time, and I think especially with the jump pad, they got massive value. And that's something that we're seeing more and more, is picking Gale pretty much specifically to use the jump pad to have this constant presence on an objective, whether you're actually winning it, whether you're actually getting that many kills or not. And I don't know if Joker really had like a positive KD on the left side, but it didn't matter because he was this constant wall of health appearing on the point.
Yeah, we see a lot of the kind of Frank combining with the Gale idea, and I actually prefer the Daryl idea to what Joker was using there, because it just has a bit more versatility, a bit more ability to close the gap, and Frank can just end up being a bit of a walking sort of feeder in that respect. So very similar stats though, to be fair, on the side of the kills, 13 on each side, and 80,000 of damage, 20,000 more actually to the Reply Totem side from Ever Beget. So more damage, but less of an ability to control the objective, I guess. And 36,000 on the side of the healing from Reply Totem. So just being more mindful again then of their health. And yeah, I mean, that's a lot of the reason why they're probably able to take the zone, because just having more health is a good way to be able to overthrow that kind of thing.
Yeah, and I, for that reason, expected Eve to have a little bit more difficulty, but Mary and Maru, they work so well together, and also just the presence of a tank on that lane having to contend with a Carl, it was going to be pretty much too difficult. We also saw that the Carl matchup was a 1v2, and that was going to be ridiculously difficult to win. I think in large part, just the doubling up on the right lane pretty much shut down any ideas that Orca might have had of trying to force this mid lane, right? Create a mid lane and then play it, because no one was going to play ball with him. We'll see if a similar strategy emerges on Kaboom King, in another map that's pretty prone to this Gale strategy. There's no Gale ban, so it's totally on the table.
I mean, this is the thing for me about Carl, is like, I can see Carl coming into the meta a little bit now, but I feel like he's one of those brawlers that's just kind of got, it's not a brawler that you can just play everywhere. I feel like it's something which can work well in certain places, but we shall see. I didn't feel like it really gave much in Split, but now with the new drop coming in, Lola is a great choice to start things off from Reply Totem. The Crow and the Amber as well is not bad. There's a follow-up from FA Beget. Bans are Eve, Bonnie, Janet, and Penny, Squeak, and Belle. Gale's an interesting one here from Reply Totem that I wasn't really expecting to see. I was kind of expecting to see something with a bit more range, but I guess not a bad place in the draft to be able to lock in that particular brawler, just in the eventuality of a Daryl on the side of Ever Baguette, and maybe they'll even pick it themselves, to be fair. It's one that they like to play in Heist quite a bit.
I wouldn't be too surprised either to play versus a tank, or they're going to pick a tank. There's the Daryl. Yeah, that was a beautiful prediction there. We'll see if they end up going versus a tank themselves, though. And there's the tank counter, I guess. And see, that's the risk. That's something that I was a little bit worried about for Totem, because the thing is, they had first pick, so they can pick Gale to potentially counter out a tank, so that the last pick from FA Baguette is not a tank. But also, it's great to combine with a tank if you get that jump pad going into mid. Hopefully, for the case of FA Baguette, what they have is going to be enough, actually, to shut down the Gale jump pad strategy, because previously we've seen it work so effectively, and I just don't think Colette is going to be enough to cut it. And having Crow also focused on that, now you're willingly letting yourself go to a 2v1, so you're leaving your teammates have to fight a 1v2. It's kind of a lose-lose situation, but if they're able to keep up these bushes at, I would say midway through the game, if they still have these bushes, they got a pretty good chance of taking the victory.
Well, it's in the strat, the MSI, I believe it was Tribe Gaming an A, which was bringing this one in with the Gale jump pad into mid and having Daryl just keep the whole thing ticking over and rolling with. But it definitely is a comp which also suits itself quite well to Reply Totem, but they are struggling a little bit already. It's actually 45% damage off the bat, or 35% damage off the bat, as the Colette is, a really good thing to have on their side of things. Amber giving some problems as well to Mary there, just survives on 141 HP. Definitely a bit of a time of catching up there, but nice roll from Joker could be the start of a way to bring this game back under control.
Ooh, and here comes the gotcha gadget from Ekwak as well. If he's able to get a good prediction on where Maru is in this bush, doesn't look like it actually. But he's been getting tremendous value so far, and there wasn't a lot of value on that first push from Totem, if you really even want to call it that. Here's an actual push though. Joker coming in, trying to get some stuff on the safe. Not the greatest Daryl gadget of all time, but still some decent value there. 65 to 75, and they still have a presence at mid. Down goes Maru though, and Maru is going to be all by himself. Here comes Joker to join him by his side, and Darko actually burns these bushes down. They don't have control of mid anymore, so they got to get it by any means necessary. If that means diminishing their own capability of holding mid when it comes down to it later on in the game, then so be it. Darkum is going to actually be able to get this kill onto Joker. Maru's not really too much of an issue. He's not going to be doing too much to their safe. The left side is far more important, but it just doesn't look like they're able to push through yet. Now, Joker jumping in all the time is presenting to be a huge issue.
Nice roll from Joker, but it's taken care of very swift, and it is just a small margin in favour of Reply Totem, but Equak on the right-hand side here, scripting forwards. Is Joker just going to leave this? I think he should. He's going to go forwards as well, and this is going to be a bit of a base race now, but all three members of Reply Totem on this safe should be enough, surely, to have them take the win, and they will.
A close one too. 18-0, but a Totem win nonetheless. That's 3 victories in a row, and I believed in it, right? In the Daryl plus the jump pad from Gale. It's a little bit confusing, because what do you even really do to counter it? You can see the cogs turning on the side of FA Baguette. They went a brawler that can slow, right? They have Crow for the anti-heal as well. They also have Colette, which is a direct tank counter, and they have the bushes burning down, but you're not going to be able to stop him from spawning and jumping into mid. It is free positioning, and Joker even has the super that charges for free as well. It's going to be a tough thing to counter, and really the only way to stop it is if Ekwak pops off on this right lane and is able to get so much damage on the safe, because the other brawlers on the map, maybe Darkboom, but still won't be getting that much damage on the safe, not even close to what Colette is capable of pumping out.
Well, I was worried in the last game when Darkman broke up all the bush in the middle, because it leaves Joker nowhere to go, but it didn't seem to cause a problem, to be honest, and that's the worry here with this comp. It seems like no matter what if they get thrown at it so far, they've been able to handle it. Now they've got to pinch Joker out the way, and he's doing nicely there in that bottom right-hand side, still hanging around, and healing up, and now Maori comes in to deal with it. It is now Reply Token behind by 10%, so they're going to have to be able to push this one forwards out of the way to be able to come back realistically here. And this is looking much better. Baguette's starting to working a bit more in synergy and taking good control of this mid.
You don't often see a Crow Super get so much success, but I guess leave it to Orca to make that happen. He was able to take down Mary. Mary is now trying to find Ekwak. Ekwak, he is in the middle of a 1v2 though, and he's going to get pinched really hard and taken down eventually by Mary. We'll see if Orca is able to slow things down enough though to keep control of mid. Things are looking pretty good right now for FA Baguette, though as we say that, we see Joker jump in once again. Does get taken down. Things are being handled pretty well. Here's the deal. If Totem are able to get a coordinated push into mid, or at least a strategic takedown, then they can start turning things around, but they don't have a whole lot of time. Less than 30 seconds left in the game.
It's realized as well that Mara is actually running Freezing Snow rather than Blustery Blow, and that's kind of an interesting choice. There's a lot of walls that could take a lot of value from Blustery Blow here myself, but let's see in the final 15 seconds. Joker goes down very quickly. That would have been the key person to keep alive here, and it should be now tied up in Heist, as I don't see much way that Reply Token can realistically bring this back in unless something spectacular can occur, but yeah, not going to be the case. It's going to be a little bit of saving grace for FA Baguette now. Maybe are drawing to taking a set. Maybe.
Maybe. It looks like they might have figured out how how they should go about dealing with the Daryl. They were able to get some good pinches, especially Crow was able to pretty much put the Daryl to rest. As long as they are coordinated, then they can take him down. Otherwise, this constant health just appearing at mid is going to present massive issues. We already see a kind of a deviation from what led these guys to success last time. Darkham is going to be burning open the left side bush immediately, and there's the burn of the middle bush as well. Joker is going to be visible when he jumps in, but I don't think that's much of a change from last time either. Also, Maru got some free shots onto the safe, and Maru does have a lot of ability to defend himself, so we'll see actually if Baguette even dedicate that much energy to dealing with him, because he's not too much of a threat on offense. He's more of a threat to Baguette when he's defending versus them, and he won't be taken down just yet. Ekwak is trying to take down the Ego, but Freeze Frame is posing some major issues, and for now, Maru actually has this stronghold on the right side where he's able to defend all of his allies that try and get some damage on the safe too. Tremendous amounts of effort are being put forth by Baguette to defending this, but they haven't gotten anything to happen on offense except for one Colette Super.
This is working so much better than the last game for Totem, who knows they could have really capitalized on these early moments, and now the entirety of the mid is completely exacerbated up. I do wonder and worry a little bit for Joker, but will it matter? That's the question. Only 15% remaining now, and if Totem even can't push back on this safe and they can't get this final remaining bit of damage, then they can surely play defense quite well. Let's see though, 14% now, as 1% got trickled down. One little ego from Marion. How did Joker not make that, by the way? What?
It looks like he stood towards the backside of the springboard, which prevented him from going beyond the blocks. And I don't think that will necessarily cost them, but rather cost them the game, but it will cost them a whole lot of control. It will cost them some of the damage. Also, the rhythm has been broken up just a little bit. Joker's a little bit more apprehensive about taking the jump pad just now. He is going to take it now. Doesn't get the pinch that he bargained for, but he will get on the safe, and that is going to be the game as well for Totem, and that's set number 2 going their way.
Yeah, convincingly so, and yeah, just there was a glimmer of hope there for FA Baguette. Just was not more than that, really. They just played the second game so well. I thought they were going to take those learnings into the third game and maybe bring back a set, but it seemed like the walls just came crushing down as quickly as they were built up, and Reply Totem just looked very, very good in that last moment to really just show why this comp has legs. And yeah, it looks very straightforward for them. As I mean, we kind of expected them to come in and be the favorites here. They had a phenomenal ride in the open split 2 cups, and they've really been just at the top of the game right now. I know Joker is a problem that every single team seems to be struggling to deal with. Let's say this is maybe looking like a bad day for FA Baguette if this continues on.
Yeah, it would be a bad couple of days too, because they didn't have an easy time versus Team Queso on the last match day. We can see from the stats too, right? Lots of damage dealt, a whole lot of healing, but the thing is that it didn't even matter because Reply Totem, this is just a result of their massive health pool, and it was a good decision by them. It's not very often that you find a strategy that can be countered pretty hard by the enemy, right? FA Baguette, they're running a Colette, they're running a Crow to try and slow things down, but it simply was not enough to deal with the Daryl, to deal with the offensive Gale as well. And this is something that I think we can kind of sit back and appreciate about Reply Totem, is their willingness to commit to something. They picked the Gale, they picked the Daryl, and they tried the exact same strategy the entire time, and eventually it worked. And honestly, kudos to them for running it, period. But I don't think that there is that kind of a solution to Chill Space. It's not a solved map just yet. Here comes the Colonel Ruff's first pick from Reply Totem.
Again, Reply Totem did the last draft so well, just by looking down exactly what they wanted to do and committing to it. Penny pick snapped up quick by FA Baguette, and I do like their bans of the bow, because the bow is a great brawler to have here, to be completely honest, and the Stu, which was the first pick in the previous matchups today that we've seen on Chill Space. So yeah, Rico coming in on their side as well, and that was another another brawler which was banned out earlier today on this particular map. So makes a lot of sense to me so far. The Penny pick though did not work out for FA Baguette earlier in Split. Will it work out in Chill Space? Max coming in from Reply Totem, which was what I believe Tribe Gaming went with when they won earlier today against Craze on this map, and Sandy as well. This comes great. I like this. Not only have you got the combination of the invisibility of the Sandy, but you got the speed of the Max to close quickly with that Sandstorm in play. So I really hope that yeah, FA Baguette have got an answer for this.
I think Sandy combined with Max is definitely the safest way to be playing Sandy. And also, Sandy typically struggles on this map because he's a little bit outranged, and I don't think he's going to be too outranged versus this comp, especially when he has max speed at his back. That, plus, we'll see how much of a nuisance Penny will actually be, because Colonel Ruffs, when he gets speed, is going to be able to pretty much get free supers, unless FA Baguette are somehow in very defensive positioning. Rico does have a lot of mobility if he's running Robo Retreat, and we can say the exact same for Carl if he decides to use his super to get out of a situation, which is pretty much the only way that we see him use it anyway. So I'm curious to see if Carl reacts to this pretty well. Otherwise, Totem, they got a very safe and very solid comp that I think will take them a long way, but we still got to see Maru get that first super to break open the enemy's side. If he doesn't get it pretty quickly, well, FA Baguette could set up pretty quickly and get a whole lot of gems to start off the game.
Yeah, I like the fact that the Carl pick is showing one that it can be just very versatile across the majority of the board here. I feel like Carl is definitely good. I just kind of worry a little bit when the teams are kind of making Carl out to be just this new, meta forefront brawler. Lovely value there, but not much more than that. As Ecox all alone here, he's not going to be able to do anything about that. Odrigo just comes in with a super, yeah. Allows Mario to go on the for his troubles, and as quickly as that, the advantage that FA Baguette had is gone.
That was remarkable. I mean, I think that this was a job well done by Baguette to cover the tracks as they retreated, but still, Totem pretty much team-wiped them in their own spawn, which really, really has to hurt your momentum. And we actually get to see some at Penny play there, the placing down of the turret, and then the use of it as well to spread out the attack a whole lot. Darko almost got a whole lot of value off of that, and I think that's actually a pretty good way to deal with a Sandy super and get a whole lot of visibility inside of it. Still though, that's not going to be enough. That alone won't be enough to take them to a victory. We already see a win by Reply Totem, and we're getting pretty close to an entire match swept.
Yeah, Totem are literally on an absolute tear today. It seems they were yesterday, just not slowing down by any means, but we really expect nothing less. But getting Teddy back in very shortly, it seems, if this continues on, because the way it's going, I feel like Reply Totem are just, yeah, they look fully in control. They don't seem to be deterred. When they do lose control and the eventuality that happens, they just seem to bring it back and just with as much grace as anything else. So, I don't know, let's see. Is a reverse sweep possible? Yeah, absolutely. But is it likely? I'm not overly convinced.
I'm not too convinced either, unless the Carl shows us something that we've never seen before. Already, Totem gets their setup at mid. They don't even need really to use Colonel Ref supers because they are in these bushes that they would typically break open. You break them open because you don't want them to be an asset to your enemy. Right now, Joker is trying to use it. Here comes the speed though. Hopefully he didn't overextend. There's the stun as well from Maori. And that, I think, is why Carl is a brawler that people are not too much of a fan of running or haven't been for a while, because that super gets stopped by just about everything. Orca is going to get his super again, and this is actually pretty good for FA Baguette to pick up such control in the midst of a Sandy super. Nonetheless, Myra is going to force Orca to move back as well. He does get taken down in the process. Joker also is able to pick up a 9th gem despite them having pretty much no control over mid. I take it back though, Maori does pick up a kill, and he gets a super as well, and this could be the end of times for FA Baguette today once Joker gets this 10th gem.
Good pressure as well. Equinox not going to be able to do much here. Orca just thinks better of it, and I think that's wise as well. Darkham's got 3 gems, but not much HP either. If he goes down, it's going to be disastrous. That missed super, it's going to be costly. Yes! Reply Totem have a phenomenal day 2, and they are looking like, for me, the team to beat in this competition. Phenomenal stuff, and wow. Just wow. Teddy, what do you make of that?
Yeah, not much more to say than what you guys have already said, to be completely honest. Totem looking dominant in this match, and it seems like even when, to a certain extent, you know, in Heist, they have Colette, the Crow, and Amber against the Daryl, it still wasn't enough to stop Reply Totem, and Totem just seem on another level right now.
They just really look so relaxed, you know, so confident. Joker, like, you know, went down there, but like that's where you kind of wonder, like, oh, FA Baguette going to bring us back. But then as quickly as it happens, they just go on the hunt and they just get an entire team wipe. And it's just like, you know, they make it look so easy. I mean, really said, like, is this the team that you think is going to be, you know, in the playoffs, for example? I mean, if they keep on like this, you got to think that they will be, right?
Yeah, well, first of all, I gotta agree, they do make it look pretty easy, especially with Sandy going in deep pretty much every time and always coming out with value. And Reply Totem, I want to see how they match up versus some of the other guys in the tournament, but it's more like I want to see what the other teams are capable of versus Reply Totem, just how far they will go, because a match versus Reply Totem can be a total gauntlet for pretty much anyone at this point, it seems. And I would almost go as far to say, like, I wonder how SK will face versus them, but Christmas came early. We already got to see how SK is able to go versus Reply Totem, and it came pretty close, but we still saw Totem on top. This is the team to be in this competition.
Yeah, they are just going just from strength to strength, and I mean, at the moment, I don't know. Whoever faces them next, yeah, good luck. Good luck. They are looking so good. But what a day it's been. I mean, like, so many amazing scorelines. I mean, maybe not as many upsets as we saw on day 1. I think that's fair to say. But day 1 really gave us quite the treat. But we are wrapped up. You know, it was a great day for SK, for Team Queso, for Tribe Gaming, and of course for Reply Totem. We'll have more as well next week too. But you know, it's been a fantastic week. It's been a very eventful time here, as I'm sure you guys can all agree. Was there any match, Teddy, that just like really was your highlight one of this week?
One specific match is tough to call, but I think just the sheer amount of upsets we had on day 1 was absolutely crazy. You know, whether it was FA Siege taking the win against Craze or Dogster against Tribe, I think it just showed how volatile everything we think we know really is, and how odds are just odds and they're made to be beaten, and that's exactly what those teams have been proving to us.
Yeah, I agree. We're going to check out the standings as well, Ready Set. Do you want to talk us through these and see whether things are kind of looking and shaping up to be what we expect, or whether there's some surprises here to be looked at upon as well?
That would be my absolute pleasure. Day 1 was full of surprises. I'm curious to see how day 2 kind of adds to the pool as well. But of course, I guess we'll get to know that in just a moment. I think probably the most curious stat for me to look at is going to be Reply Totem, seeing where they stand. And we'll see actually Reply Totem at number 2, Team Queso now at number 1 with 6-2 on the score diff. We'll also see SK Gaming at number 3, Tribe Gaming EU at number 4, Dogster Lobster at number 5, FA Siege at number 6, And unfortunately, Craze Clan and FA Baguette sitting at 0-2 at the moment. I think especially for Craze Clan, we did not expect them to go 0-2 so far, considering that they're such a decorated team so far in the competitive season. FA Baguette, I think we expected them to have some difficulties with the roster changes, but I think we can all agree that we're hoping for some spice next week, that some of these standings change around, especially that we see some action from number 7 and 8.
Well, it's going to be an interesting one for sure, because ultimately, looking ahead, we've got some run-ins actually between Team Queso and Reply Totem could be facing off as well. Here we go. Yeah, Team Queso facing off with Tribe. FA Siege up against Reply Totem for match 1. Match 2, SK and Dogster. I always get this tied up. Dogster Lobster. There you go. Tribe Gaming against Team Queso for sure, and FA Baguette up against Craze Clan as match number 4. Definitely interesting to see match 3 for me, and if Dogster Lobster can get the win over SK Gaming, what a turn-up that will be. But we've also got day 4 as well, which will be FA Baguette against FA Siege, Tribe Gaming EU up against Reply Totem, Dogster Lobster up against Craze Clan, and SK Gaming up against Team Queso on day 4. So both of those days still to come next week. Anything there that tickles your fancy, Teddy?
I mean, I'm also quite excited to see Baguette versus Craze, because they're both sitting on 0 points right now, and I would like to see some points next to at least one of those teams. So that's going to be their chance to do just that next week.
Well, you already said anything that you're quite looking forward to seeing, or any movements on those standings that you'd like to see from lower down teams to go higher up and knock down some of the top dogs?
I want to see some action from FA Baguette especially. I know that Craze Clan is going to get some W's, but FA Baguette, they've gone 0-2 so far, and like I've said earlier, the roster is a little bit rocky, and they don't have a whole lot of time to develop synergies, so I'm kind of preying on the redemption arc for these guys, because they had a lot rougher start than pretty much every other team in this competition.
Well, guys, that is the end. We are wrapping up for day 2. Day 3, of course, still to come in day 4 next week. Also, I've got to give a huge thank you to my casting team. I say my casting team, my casters, my fellow co-casters. Rennie, Sets, and Teddy. Always a pleasure, guys. Always a pleasure. To everyone in ESL and, of course, the Snapdragon Elite Gaming for putting on such an incredibly smooth production for you guys to enjoy at home. To all the teams, the orgs, the players, and the coaches, and everyone else involved on the playing side, we appreciate it, we love you, and of course Supercell for making Brawl Stars. You guys are top. Any final thoughts, guys, before we sign off for the day? Ready, Set, do you want to go first? Any final thoughts?
All I gotta say is keep calm, brawl on. We had an open qualifier to get into this, and if you have the medal, if you have the resolve, and you got some good friends at each of your sides, then you could be here too, but it's gonna take a whole lot of work. I know that these guys sure worked hard to get here.
Perfectly said. Teddy, any final thoughts?
Nothing really to add. You guys covered it for the most part. I mean, a big thank you for everyone for watching, because it wouldn't be possible if you guys weren't. And for everyone for playing, and everyone that's involved in making those shows happen. Always a pleasure to be a part of it, and I'm looking forward for another week of Snapdragon Pro Series.
Absolutely. Smashed it. Be back next week for day 3 and day 4. See you soon.